All right, thank you, Peyton. When Mason Smith signed with LSU back in December, it was a home run for the Tigers. Smith was Louisiana's #1 recruit. Smith took on the challenge of helping to rebuild what was a historically bad Tiger defense. Well, Saturday night in Los Angeles should have been an exciting time for Smith. Instead, his mind was elsewhere. The newest member of our Eyewitness Sports team, Brooke Kirchhoffer, has the story from Houma.
That's where he's lived all his life, so, he knows a lot of people lost a lot.
While Mason Smith was busy preparing for Week 1 against UCLA, the destruction of his hometown of Houma, Louisiana, after Hurricane Ida made landfall, weighed heavy on his mind.
He was kind of bummed about that, but, it's where we live, We don't get them, we've never gotten them that big come through Houma.
Malcolm Smith, Mason's father, says their home was one of the lucky ones, only facing minor damage amid the destruction in Terrebonne Parish.
We got a lot of devastation, a lot of catastrophic damage. My neighborhood alone's got several houses that are unlivable now.
When I asked those closest to Mason Smith how they would describe him, the words humble and hard worker come to mind, and also that he cares deeply about his community and that it means something to him to wear the purple and gold.
He's always had this goal to get out and come back and give back. And I know it's killing him right now that he can't come help out and do some things for the family and friends that he has. And, if God gave you 5 gifts, he got all 5, and he's just an amazing person.
He's also a terror on the field, and fans took notice in his limited snaps during LSU's loss Saturday night.
When he got in and he spread his long arms out and contained the quarterback where someone else can make the sack, to me, he did his job. You did your job, your team got the sack. With your team getting it, you got it. So to me, he did well.
The stats might not prove that, as the former 5-star's name was nowhere to be found in the final game notes except under participation. But as a freshman, getting his first reps on the big stage, Smith more than got his feet wet as he looks to reach his ceiling.
He wants to be the best when he's on the field. That's him in a nutshell. He wants to give it his all while he's on the field.
I just think he wants to prove that people from around here can play football and can meet those expectations of being in Power 5 football and play well and move on and maybe have another career.
Expect to see more of the 300-pound D lineman sporting number 0 next Saturday. Reporting in Terrebonne Parish, Brooke Kirchhoffer, Eyewitness Sports.
Rescuers free a dolphin trapped in Slidell. We'll have that story coming up next. A dolphin that was trapped in a retention pond in Slidell is healthy and will be back free to go to the ocean soon. Reporter Jordan Howington was there for the rescue and has this story.
What a sight to see. Rescue crews got into the water. It took them about an hour to get the dolphin and get him right out to safety.
Coming down here to see this dolphin that is so unusual.
Flipper is its name, a newfound celebrity in Slidell. We met Flipper Saturday, who was displaced from home during Hurricane Ida. The dolphin somehow got pushed into Slidell waters between a levee and a pump station. On Sunday, crews came to Flipper's rescue.
Where we come out, we're able to safely rescue the animal, transport the animal, and the best news is this animal is going right back to the ocean.
With a lot of patience and experience, rescue squads can find Flipper between large nets, bringing much relief to those watching the very unusual scene in their community.
It's a little break from the stress of the storm. Literally, some of us haven't gotten our electricity back on yet. I got mine on last night, so it's just a break from that stress.
The team of experts ultimately saved Flipper. The animal is safe and healthy. Rescuers placed Flipper into a water tank and took the dolphin to the Mississippi-Louisiana line, where it's expected to be released back into the ocean. The ending we all hoped for.
The success comes from locals, from people calling and not intervening, but letting the experts get there, give us a little time. We get these teams together, and when you do it correctly, this is what you get. You get a perfect day.
Jordan Howington, Eyewitness News.
How cool. Glad that the dolphin is safe now. As we've seen, thousands of our friends, neighbors, and family are in need of food, water, and shelter in the wake of Ida. WWL-TV is partnering with the United Way of Southeast Louisiana to make sure that people in Jefferson, Orleans, Plaquemine, St. Bernard, St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, and Washington parishes get the help they need. Thanks to this drive, United Way is already working with local leaders and relief organizations to get water, food, ice, tarps, and supplies out to communities. There's more details on how to get involved at unitedwaysela.com/Ida Relief. Well, we have much more in the aftermath of Hurricane Ida coming up at 5 o'clock, so stay with us. Good morning, and thank you for joining us for the Eyewitness Morning News at 5 o'clock on this Monday, September 6th. I'm Sheba Turk. Leslie has the day off. We'll get to today's news in just a moment, but first, local weather expert Peyton Malone is joining us with a quick check on the forecast. You got so many people with roof damage right now, and still a lot of people without power, Peyton, so the forecast is very important.
Yeah, it is, and rainfall's the story today. I was driving around this weekend, and you just saw all the roofs just tore up. And even in not the hardest hit areas, roof damage is pretty prominent. So do keep that in mind. If you've got a chance, hopefully you can get your roof covered this morning. The best chance of rain will be this afternoon. On radar, we are already tracking some of those showers and storms. We've got a couple things going on. Lots of moisture around. We got that checked off, and then we've got a boundary. We've got a shortwave disturbance moving on through. So all these coupled together mean we are going to see some rain today. And you can see some pretty good downpours north of Lafayette up towards Alexandria. Because of the rain, we do have a flash flood watch. That means we could see some heavy rainfall. In some areas, could see maybe 2 to 3 inches in a short amount of time this afternoon. So that could lead to some areas of flooding. And the soil is still pretty saturated from Ida. I know rainfall wasn't the big story for many people during Ida, but some areas did pick up quite a bit of rainfall, over 10 to 15 inches in a few spots. So we'll be watching that. And you can see there the best chance of rain today will be during the afternoon. So once we get closer to 11 o'clock and then especially through the afternoon hours, I would plan on seeing at least some showers and thunderstorms. Also not going to be moving that fast, so that's why we think we'll be watching for some flash flooding. Also a heat advisory in effect today, so if you don't get rainfall, it's just going to be hot and humid, but there's a pretty good chance you see the rain. Same thing tomorrow and same thing Wednesday. The rain chances tomorrow and Wednesday are more so going to be associated with that deep tropical moisture coming on in from Invest 91 sitting down in the southern Gulf of Mexico. It'll be lifting north through the Gulf and then turning northeast. So we are going to be keeping an eye on it, but right now we're not too terribly concerned with it. Just going to be bringing us a little bit better rain chances by tomorrow and Wednesday. Sheba.
Thank you, Peyton. Some parts of the metro area could get their power restored today. Some of those areas include the Bywater, Lower 9th Ward, St. Cloud area, and Gentilly. Thousands of linemen have been working tirelessly since Ida to turn all the lights back on. Entergy has restored power to nearly 50% of New Orleans, 103,000 customers, and the majority of customers should have their lights on by Wednesday. But some of the hardest hit areas in Southeast Louisiana won't be receiving power until the end of the month. Because in places like Terrebonne, Lafourche, and St. John, power poles and lines can sometimes be in marshy areas. Entergy has to use specialized equipment like airboats to try to fix those damaged lines.
Addressing the hardest hit areas, our challenges will increase tremendously. This could affect some of the estimated restoration times for those parishes in those hard hit areas.
If you want to see a breakdown of the power restoration dates by community, we've posted that full list on our website, WWL-TV.com. We also have an update on power restoration for Cleco customers. Cleco is hoping to have all of the power restored to Slidell customers by tomorrow. Right now, there are more than 13,000 of their 96,000 customers without service. In Washington Parish, just 376 customers are in the dark. And checking out the outage situation with the Washington St. Tammany Electric Co-op, there are 8,200 people without power in St. Tammany Parish, about 2,500 in Tangipahoa, and just over 1,300 in Washington Parish. Well, the city of New Orleans has ordered the closure of 10 senior living facilities. That's after the deaths of several residents. Our Asha Staples is following the story for us this morning. She joins us live from one of the facilities that was shut down. Asha?
Good morning. St. John Birchman's Manor was one of the 10 senior living facilities the city ordered to close this past weekend. But as I found out yesterday, there's still about 90 residents that are in this facility. And health officials were making wellness checks over the weekend, but found some senior apartments without air conditioning or adequate medical attention for residents. And this all unfolding days after more than 800 nursing home residents who evacuated to a warehouse in Independence had to relocate. The warehouse was described as overcrowded, hot, and unsanitary. 7 residents died in connection to that incident. As for those in this facility, residents tell me it's their home and they don't want to leave in fear of further mistreatment and pleading for help.
I'm an oxygen patient, for one. It makes me feel like there's no one but us. We haven't had anything. They just start sending water and Gatorade, but we hadn't had none of that since the summer.
All 7 nursing homes involved were shut down. 2 were at Flint Goodridge Apartments. The Louisiana Department of Children and Family Services is launching Connect, a way for families to relocate loved ones who evacuated from Hurricane Ida to a state shelter. Alternatively, families can fill out a form online to reach out to loved ones who may be in state shelters. And of course, you can find all of that information and more on our website, WWL-TV.com. For now, reporting live in New Orleans, Asha Staples, Eyewitness News.
All right, thank you very much, Asha. We're learning more details about the state's investigation into a warehouse that served as a makeshift shelter for hundreds of nursing home patients in Independence. State Health Department workers visited the warehouse before the storm and actually deemed it a safe environment for a very short period of time. About 850 residents were packed into that warehouse following the storm, but the conditions inside deteriorated. 6 people have died in connection with the facility. 10 others were hospitalized. The nursing home residents were rescued Thursday and taken to shelters and hospitals around the state. Following WWL-TV's story about the facility, the state has ordered the immediate closure of 7 nursing homes. All right, let's get back over to Peyton and look more at this forecast.
Yeah, rain in the forecast today, and it could certainly be heavy, especially this afternoon, so we'll need to keep an eye on that. High temperatures will be in the low 90s, about 90s to 91, so another heat advisory. But yeah, I think the bigger story will be watching for some heavy rain today. More rainfall around tomorrow and still some storms around on Wednesday. And then by the end of the week, we got some improvements coming. We got a nice cold front on the way, and I say a nice cold front. It's going to be a less humid front, basically, not really going to cool us down, but bring us some drier air and some relief from this humidity. And you'll notice that really by late Thursday, but especially Friday and going into Saturday. So rain chances will be pretty high through Wednesday, a little lower Thursday, and then we're dry on Friday. One thing that front's also going to do for us, we love fronts this time of year. They usually protect us from the tropics, and that looks to be the case for Invest 91. More on that in a second, but you can see Larry out here. It's a big hurricane. It's just grown in size. It's had a lot of time to grow in size. It's Cat 3 this morning. It's heading northeast or northwest. It'll be near Bermuda, which is right there. So they'll be getting a close call from a maybe Category 2 or Category 1 storm and then out into the Atlantic. So no issues there for the East Coast other than some pretty big swells from Larry. Here's Invest 91, and let me tell you, there's not much to it. It's weak, it's unorganized, there's dry air, there's wind shear, and it's basically nothing this morning. It's moving northwest at 2 miles an hour, so it's pretty much stationary, and it's not going to look like much over the next couple of days. There's wind shear, there's dry air, and the Gulf of Mexico is just not a very good environment for a tropical system at this point. It might get a little bit better, meaning a little bit lower wind shear and drier air by the end of the week. By Wednesday, Thursday, it'll be in this area, and then making that northeast turn and heading up towards the Big Bend and off the east coast of kind of Georgia and South Carolina there by early next week. So with this, we have it moving to the north, but then making that turn thanks to that trough coming down and that cool front. So doesn't look like really the center of whatever this may become may get to us. We'll see a little bit of moisture, but that is about it. Reason it's going to be making that turn, there's a big trough digging down over the U.S. Whenever you have a big trough like this, it's going to send a cold front this time of year. So the trough is pulling on it to the north, but as it gets closer to that trough, it'll start to feel more of the influence from the winds up here, and that's what's going to pull it more towards the northeast and along with that trough. So it'll be moving up towards the Big Bend area and off the coast of South Carolina and the Georgia area by early next week. So that's why we don't think it's going to be able to get to us here in the Louisiana, Mississippi area. Models are in pretty good agreement with this now. They weren't a couple days ago, but we are getting a much better idea of what this is going to do. And it's really not going to do anything probably through Wednesday afternoon. By Wednesday night, though, models do show it trying to organize some just off the mouth of the river here. But of course, that would be south and east of us and moving away from us. So that puts us on the west side of whatever this system may be. And it's probably going to be a sloppy, just wet system with lots of wind shear. And it's going to be kind of sprawled out, really. So if you're in Florida, you're more than likely going to see most impacts from this. And that will start by Wednesday, going into Thursday. And if it does become a depression or a named storm, it would make landfall more than likely on Thursday in the Big Bend area and then head up to the northeast. As I mentioned, though, we are going to see some moisture from this. We got plenty of moisture right now, but here comes another surge of it from that system by Tuesday and Wednesday. But then, fortunately, we've got the cold front racing down along with that trough. It kind of pulls it apart and shreds it and pulls it up to the north and east here and over towards Florida. And then there comes that big burst of dry air by Friday. So we'll be looking at much better weather by Friday and Saturday. It is still going to be warm in the upper 80s, but it'll be less humid. The overnight hours will feel pretty nice. And overall, it'll be some big improvements on what we've been dealing with. So rain chances are pretty high through at least Wednesday. We do need to watch for the flash flooding potential today. We did see some street flooding yesterday in the Houma area. Of course, no one needs anything right now. We've got roof damage and just our infrastructure is not what it normally is. So we can't handle these minor events as well. So we'll need to watch that today and through Wednesday. Thursday will be that transition day, and then much better by Friday and Saturday.
All right, thank you, Peyton. It's 5:09 now. Divers are working to stop an oil spill that appeared in the Gulf after Hurricane Ida. Why there are questions about the impact it could have on the Louisiana coast. Plus, we're following storm recovery efforts, of course, here in Southeast Louisiana, but New York and New Jersey are recovering too. An update from the Northeast after the break. And if you need to fill up your tank, we'll tell you where you can get some free gas today.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of the Hurricane Ida aftermath.
Well, divers have identified the apparent source of an oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico. That spill appeared in the Gulf south of Port Fourchon after Hurricane Ida. Divers believe the source is a pipeline that broke open on the floor of the Gulf. So far, the spill appears to have remained out to sea and has not impacted the state's shoreline. There's not yet an estimate for how much oil was in the water. A Houston-based company that's paying for the cleanup says the busted pipeline does not belong to them. The Coast Guard is now working to identify the owner. In Lower Jefferson Parish, roads are still flooded out. Mud takes the floors of homes and covers once clear roads. But people are braving out these conditions to help their neighbors. Julissa Garza from our Techna family shows us how residents are out there lending a helping hand to each other.
Standing water, damaged homes, the impacts of Ida still seen and felt in Lafitte.
Right now we're living with generators and ice and stuff like that.
Neighbors helping neighbors, making sure that the residents in this community are taken care of.
We got up this morning about midnight, brought 1,700 sacks of ice down, hoping to be able to reach the people, and that's it. There's a need, and we came.
And across the way in Barataria, many stuck and in need of supplies.
A barge broke loose and knocked it off. It's a bridge that swings open. It knocked it off its axis, so it's impassable. So that's what made it so hard for anyone to get any assistance, any help, a fire truck, a running vehicle.
Lisa Crossan and her husband Mike doing what they can to lend a helping hand by using their mud boat to hand out supplies.
Orange Beach United Methodist Church came in this morning, brought a van and a big trailer full of things, and I've been in a mud boat taking it house to house.
Crossan and her husband making sure their neighbors are taken care of.
My neighbors are 80. Another man at the end is 80. We've given them a small generator. We gave them a window unit. We've brought them food. We've filled their tanks for them to keep the generators running.
Including neighbors like Laura and Scott McLean, who felt the impacts of Katrina 16 years ago.
Our house was just raised by FEMA. Brick ranch house, 10 feet in the air, and thank God, because if not, we would have had 5 feet of water in this house and lost everything again.
And say they're grateful for their community and each other.
We got our lives, we got the contents of our house there when we get back, and we'll rebuild and put it back together. That's what you do on the bayou.
And Crossan says she's going to continue helping.
I'm able to do it, so I want to do it.
Jalissa Garza, Eyewitness News.
All right, good morning. It is 5:15 here. What we're going to be watching today is a pretty good chance for showers and thunderstorms, and that'll be mainly this afternoon. Now, we're already tracking some of those storms on radar right now. These are associated with a couple of things. We've got a lot of moisture, we've got a weak frontal boundary, and we've got some shortwave disturbances moving on through. Those are all recipes for some rain. So that's where it's at right now, north of Lafayette up towards Alexandria, and I do think we'll start to see more of those storms in our area later this morning and through the afternoon. So a flash flood watch has been issued. You can see there's going to be this zone in here right through the heart of Southeast Louisiana where we will be watching for some flash flooding today. Could pick up a quick 2 to 3 inches, maybe even isolated higher amounts over 4 inches. And you got to remember, our infrastructure right now is still not what it should be or not what it was before the hurricane. There is a ton of debris. I mean, there's debris everywhere, and that's blocking drains. So our drainage system's not going to function like it normally would. And even on a good day, you know how that goes. So we'll be watching that through today with that flash flooding potential. Don't think it'll be a widespread issue, but certainly some people are going to see some heavy rainfall. And we've issued the National Weather Service has issued a flash flood watch for the area. It does include most of the Channel 4 viewing area, except for our coastal spots. But everyone else, you are included in this. And it does not include northern Tangi, but you could see some heavier rainfall as well. So we'll need to keep an eye on that. That will be mainly from around lunchtime and through the afternoon hours. So if that heavy rain starts, it's not going to take long for us to start to see some collecting water and street flooding in the area thanks to lots of debris around. So 70% chance of rain today and tomorrow. By the end of the week, though, rain chance is going down. We've got big improvements on the way. This is going to be associated with a pretty decent front. Now, it's called technically a cold front, but it's not really going to bring colder air. It's going to bring some drier air, though, and it'll feel better by late Thursday going into Friday and Saturday. So looking at our dew points here, remember the dew points are the moisture in the atmosphere, how humid it feels. And anytime you have dew points over 70, it is a little bit muggy. Not terrible, but a little bit muggy, and it'll stay that way through at least Wednesday. Thursday will be the transition day. The front moves through, and then look at this. Friday and Saturday, we are nice and dry. Dew points in the 50s this time of year are very, very nice, and you're going to notice it. Something else, that cold front coming in, it's going to have an impact on Invest 91. We've been tracking this for a couple of days now, and it's not really much of anything. There's nothing to it this morning. It's barely moving northwest at 2 miles an hour, and it's going to continue to drift to the north over the next couple of days. There's still wind shear, there's still dry air, so not expecting it to look like much over the next couple of days. Now, by Wednesday, Thursday, it'll be in this zone right here south of the Gulf Coast, and that's when it'll be making its turn to the northeast here as a front and trough come down, and that's what's going to steer it away from us. So that's why it heads to the north, and then it makes its turn towards the Big Bend. Cold front and trough are coming on in, so that will block it from getting up to us. Now, we will see some moisture from this, so I think our rain chances are going to be higher, but the highest rain totals with this system will be near the center and east of the center. It should be a fairly sheared system, meaning it's going to be weak and unorganized more than likely. So you can see a big zone there of over 3 to 5 inches generally as we head up through the Gulf and then to the north and east here. Our area on average could see maybe 3 inches from this, but there's going to be isolated areas that are certainly higher. And with today's rain totals, these could definitely be higher as well. So the general kind of message here is that yes, it's going to be heading to the north. Some moisture gets here, but the worst impacts will be more towards Florida. And even, it doesn't look like anything too significant for them either. Lots of wind shear, some dry air means this is not going to be a very organized system, we don't think, but it could technically get a name. I mean, if it does become a tropical storm, it would be Mindy, but doesn't look like it's going to be anything like what we saw with Ida. The Gulf of Mexico was not in the same condition it was last week when Ida moved on through. We got wind shear, we got dry air. Now the water's plenty warm, but you got to have all those other ingredients for things to come together. So Mindy is our next storm, and then after Mindy we have Nicholas. 7-day forecast, by the way. Today is Labor Day. We'll be dealing with the storms around. Flash flood watch for the area this afternoon. This heavy rain could lead to some flooding. And the same thing tomorrow and Wednesday before we're drying out towards the end of the week. Sheba.
All right, thanks, Peyton. Ida is being blamed for the deaths of nearly 70 people. The majority of those deaths were actually in the Northeast. Elise Preston has the latest on the cleanup effort and how the federal government is stepping up its help of storm survivors.
So this is what it's looking like right here.
Millions from the Gulf Coast to the Northeast continue to dry out and clean up from Ida's wrath, picking up the pieces after the destructive storm left countless families homeless.
Hopefully we get started and get this clean. We're going to take one day at a time.
Politicians in New Jersey and New York are looking days ahead. The Northeast saw months worth of hard rain in just a couple of hours.
In my mind, after what I witnessed firsthand and the lives we lost, I'm operating on the assumption that this could happen again in another 10 days. Are we prepared for this to happen again in 10 more days?
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is calling on Congress to address global warming and build stronger infrastructure that can handle flooding.
Ida took no prisoners politically. Red states were affected, blue states were affected, purple states were affected. Global warming and the havoc it wreaks knows no political boundaries.
Help is on the way. President Biden toured the devastation along the Gulf Coast Friday, promising federal funds to the recovery. Just yesterday, he also approved a disaster declaration for New Jersey. Elise Preston, CBS News, New York.
And we want to make it easy as possible for you guys to find information on your area. So take a look at your screen, find the number next to your parish, and then text that number to 504-529-4444, and you can get specific information like road conditions, power status, school closings, and more. So if you're in Orleans, you would text the number 1 to 504-529-4444. It's 5:21 now, and still to come, schools in the metro area are still assessing the damage from Ida when the first schools are hoping to reopen. Oh, the Blood Center is once again accepting donations of blood, and this week they're hosting 2 drives. So the first drive is today at the Mandeville Donor Center on Highway 22. It's from 7 until 3, and then another drive is tomorrow at the Oxnard Cancer Center in Covington. That's from 8 until 5. The Blood Center says type O donors are really needed. That's the type of blood that's used more often in trauma and emergency situations. One New Orleans Public Library branch is reopening today for people who need access to a computer or phone charger. The Central City Library will be open from 10 a.m. until 5 p.m. It's located at the Allie Mae Williams Multi-Service Center on Jackson Avenue. The library will have Wi-Fi, computer access, phone charging stations, and air conditioning. All other library branches are closed. Coming up, you have to deal with insurance in the aftermath of every storm, and it's never easy. Where you can turn to for some help. And what some school districts are saying about when they want to reopen. Plus, a big suggestion from one parish president for people returning home after evacuating before Ida. Good morning and welcome back to the Eyewitness Morning News. It's 5:30 now on this Monday, September 6th. I'm Sheba Turk. We'll get to today's news in just a moment, but first we want to get to that Monday forecast. Local weather expert Peyton Malone is checking that out for us. Peyton?
Hey, yeah, unfortunately got a pretty good chance of rain today, Sheba. Lots of roofs still damaged.
Right.
Drainage systems, notice all the debris everywhere. So the flooding potential will be a little bit higher around the city and in areas where poor drainage is a problem right now, and that'll be area wide. So whether you're in the bayou parishes, river parishes, New Orleans or North Shore, you're going to see at least some rain today. That's where the storms are right now. They're already fired up north of Alexandria, not moving very fast. And what will happen here is we'll see more storms develop in our area as we go into the late morning and afternoon hours. So flash flood watch has been issued. It goes from noon until 9 p.m. That will be the time frame of when you could see some of that heavy rainfall. So mainly through this afternoon. High temperatures, upper 80s to low 90s. It will be hot and humid. We technically have a heat advisory today, and we certainly need to be careful in this heat. as there's still quite a few people who don't have power, but we'll also be watching for that heavy rain. Same thing tomorrow and same thing Wednesday. So rain chances are pretty high through the middle of the week. And then as we go into the end of the week and into the weekend, a cool front is moving on in. And that cool front is going to bring us some drier air, and it's also going to keep Invest 91 from getting too intense or keep it from doing anything too crazy. And it looks like it'll make this northeast turn. So we're going to talk more about Invest 91 and its kind of final forecast here as it moves through the Gulf of Mexico and away from us eventually. But we will likely see at least some moisture from this. So we'll have details on that for you in just a little bit. Sheba.
All right, thanks, Peyton. Many people have started to rebuild their lives after Hurricane Ida devastated Southeast Louisiana. And as the recovery process continues, this morning we want to help you by telling you a few things you need to know when filing your homeowner's claim. Duke Carter is live with that story for us. And Duke, this process can be very complicated, and it's while people are already dealing with so much.
Yeah, this process can be very tedious, especially like you just mentioned, people are trying to get back into that recovery phase. And so we heard from State Insurance Commissioner Jim Donnellan asking insurers to be fair about the claims process. He, as well as President Biden, have noticed that insurance companies are really not paying claims because parish leaders or city leaders did not issue a mandatory evacuation. And so State Insurance Commissioner Jim Donnellan is said in a news conference he is urging insurers to pay claims with a voluntary or no evacuation order. He said the issue of mandatory evacuation is not about insurance. Instead, it should be about people's safety. And Donnellan said some companies have already started to waive the mandatory evacuation provision to allow those homeowners to get back on track. Now, the insurance commissioner is asking people, one, to file their claim as soon as possible, because the sooner you can get an adjuster, the sooner you'll get a reputable contractor and not fall victim to a scam that we normally see, especially after a devastation impacts our area. Also, if there are issues, the state insurance commissioner says you can call the state office at 800-259-5300. Take a listen.
We've had 30 volunteers in our offices in Baton Rouge, which downtown Baton Rouge has had power virtually immediately after the storm. We've had 30 volunteers there answering the calls on behalf of consumers with questions about the hurricane and deductibles and claims and additional living expense. We have been handling 300 such calls per hour for the full week.
So again, if you have any questions or any concerns and don't understand the process, the insurance claim process, again, State Insurance Commissioner is asking folks to call 1-800-259-5300 to take those first steps to try to get people's lives back in order. For now, though, reporting, Duke Carter, Eyewitness News.
All right, thanks so much for that advice, Duke. Lafourche Parish is one of the areas that's still without power a week after Ida's landfall. And officials say if you're planning on returning to your home, make sure you bring everything you need because supplies are scarce. We spoke with the sheriff's office this weekend about the damages there.
Just devastated. We have entire streets where homes are just completely leveled. There's areas where there's no evidence that homes ever existed in that area. It's just completely devastating. As the storm moved further up the bayou and the Galliano and the rest of the South Lafourche area just continued to pummel us, and we got damage. But a reason for that was we got the eye wall for a long period of time, and in the southern area we didn't even have the benefit of having the eye pass over us. We just got that eastern eye wall, which just pummeled us for about 3 or 4 hours. Eventually, the eye did pass over the central area of our parish in the Lockport and Raceland area, and especially in the Lockport area, just complete devastation to buildings. And as you move further up the bayou, certainly those buildings don't necessarily have the standards that some of the buildings down here had, and so it's still just caused complete devastation in some areas. Some buildings were completely gutted in the central portion of our parish. Really, I think it's safe to say that 100% of homes in Lafourche Parish sustained some level of damage. Some was very minor, going all the way to, again, just complete devastation of a residence.
Well, there are several sites that will be open today for people in Lafourche to get MREs, ice, and water. We have those listed on your screen: the Thibodeau Family Church, the Raceland Ag Center, the Lockport Central Fire Station, and the LaRose Civic Center, as well as Our Lady of Prompt Succor Church in Golden Meadow. The Bayou Community Foundation will be providing free gas for residents of South Lafourche and Terrebonne parishes this week. Today's giveaway is taking place in Golden Meadow at the Go Pass Customer Service Center on South Alex Plaisance Boulevard, beginning at 8 o'clock this morning. People will be limited to 20 gallons of gas per vehicle, which can be used to gas up your vehicle or your generator. Giveaways will also happen in Houma tomorrow and in Montague on Wednesday. If you're in St. John Parish and you need ice water or MREs, the parish has set up 3 locations to help. Garyville Magnet School, the Wallace Fire Station in Vacherie, and the Regala Gym and Reserve are open from 8 in the morning until 5 every evening. We have an update now on school systems in our area as each district works to reopen buildings and begin classes. St. Bernard Parish Public Schools plans to reopen offices and resume classes next Monday. Jefferson Parish and New Orleans Public Schools are closed until further notice. Surrounding parishes have also shut down schools indefinitely, but provided small updates on recovery. In Lafourche Parish, school officials are assessing damages and beginning repairs. They say several schools suffered severe damage. School districts in Terrebonne, St. John, and St. Charles Parish are also assessing damages to their schools. They have all reported extensive damage from Hurricane Ida. And then lastly, we're told more than half of St. Tammany Parish schools now have power, but damage assessments are still underway. St. Tammany Schools says parents will receive at least 3 days of notice before schools reopen. And we have an update now on when some local colleges are planning to restart classes for students. The University of Holy Cross in Algiers will remain closed until Saturday, September 18th. This applies to both in-person and online classes. Nunez Community College is planning to resume classes no sooner than next Monday, September 13th. Xavier and Sunor are expected to resume classes tomorrow. Delgado's campus will be closed through Friday, and Loyola will reopen its campus a week from today, but classes will not resume until Monday, September 20th, and then Tulane will begin classes online next Monday. All right, the big story today, Peyton, is that we're watching some rain, especially with the conditions people are dealing with right now.
Yeah, the roof conditions, our poor drainage situation with all the debris around. Looks like we could see some heavy rain and flooding potential today, and that'll be mainly this afternoon. There's a complex of storms. We'll be watching to see if we see more development from this in our area as we go into the late morning afternoon hours. So you can see our zone there for our highest flooding potential is going to be in the yellow. So most of Southeast Louisiana, they can widespread 2 to 3 inches, but a few areas could certainly pick up over 4 inches, and that's in a short amount of time. These aren't going to be moving terribly fast. There's a lot of moisture. It's just all a recipe for some pretty heavy rain today. Looks like we'll have some rain around tomorrow, and we'll have some rain around Wednesday. So through at least the middle of the week, we've got some pretty high rain chances. And then by Thursday, Friday, finally some drier air from a cool front moving on in. So rain chances very high through Wednesday. Thursday will be a hit or miss day. And then Friday, I think we're completely dry, and we stay dry into Saturday thanks to that nice cold front. Now that cold front's also going to have an impact on Invest 91. Now Invest 91 is down here just off the Yucatan. It's in the far southern Gulf, moving northwest barely at 2 miles an hour. Not much to it. And doesn't look like it's going to be much of anything over the next couple of days. The National Hurricane Center says it does move to the north, but then by Wednesday, Thursday, it starts to make this northeast turn, and that's when we think it'll head up towards the Big Bend area of Florida by Thursday into Friday. So right now, this would keep the most significant impacts from a weak system south of our coast, but some of this moisture looks like it will get to us. So the reason we do think it's going to make that turn, and why it's going to make the turn, is this trough is coming on down. So right now this trough is pulling up on it, and that's why it's moving to the north. There's also some high pressure over here that's pushing it up, but this trough is going to pull it, and as it gets closer and closer to that trough, it'll start to feel the influence of these winds. So that's why it'll start to make more of that turn to run along with these winds, and that's why we have it moving up towards Big Bend. Now, this is probably not going to organize very quickly. There's wind shear, there's dry air, it's just not going to come together very fast, and models don't even really show anything developing through at least Tuesday night. Now, by Wednesday, the GFS and the Euro, the GFS Americans in the red, the Europeans in the green, do show maybe trying a tropical depression trying to spin up south of New Orleans or south of the Louisiana area and south of South Mississippi, and then moving northeast here up towards the Big Bend area. So that's why we think it'll be more of a Big Bend, Florida system by the end of the work week. Yeah, we're probably going to see some moisture from this, but with that cool front coming down, that trough coming on down, it's really going to pull this thing away from us. And that cool front, of course, helps kind of block it from ever getting to us. So there's some of that moisture creeping up to us on Tuesday and Wednesday. Then here comes our cool front rushing on in. Lots of dry air with it, and that sends it all off towards Florida. So here's your 7-day forecast. Even though we aren't expecting, a significant tropical system, it will bring us some rain. So we really don't need any drop of rain at this point, as we have all of our roof damage and just our infrastructure is not what it normally would be for something like this. So we'll be watching it. We'll be watching that chance for heavy rain today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. By Thursday, things improving. And then by Friday, the big blast of dry air comes on in with that cool front. Highs in the upper 80s, lots of sunshine and less humid.
All right, thank you, Peyton. The RTA is resuming all of its bus routes starting today. The buses will be operating on a Saturday schedule. The St. Charles and Canal streetcars will not be operating. There will be buses in their place, though. Service will run daily from 6 in the morning until 6 at night. And for more information, you can call the RTA Ride Line at the number on your screen, 248-3900. Well, it's 5:40 now, and things are slowly getting back to normal in Upper Jefferson Parish, but local leaders are still telling you not to come back. Why they say stay away for a few more days if you can. Also, one of Louisiana's biggest internet and cable providers will give out credits for the storm. How to get yours if you were affected by Ida. And the Saints get ready for their season opener. How the players are managing to focus on the game while their home state recovers.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of the Hurricane Ida aftermath.
While dealing with the aftermath of a hurricane can be extremely stressful, mental health services are available if you need someone to talk to. Louisiana Healthcare Connections has set up a line. It's 866-595-8133. You can also call the National Suicide Prevention Line at 800-273-8255. In Jefferson Parish, Sheriff Joe Lapinto is encouraging people who evacuated to wait a few more days before returning home. In a press conference, Lapinto said their operations have changed from a life-sustaining operation to a quality-of-life operation.
Anybody that's out of town that's looking at that map to figure out when they're going to come home, I asked them not only look at the map, which Cynthia just said, look at the map to make sure your power is on, but also manage your expectations. If you're coming back in town, make sure you have your pharmaceutical needs, make sure you have some extra gasoline before you get here, just for your vehicle itself, and then make sure you have your food. Lines at the grocery stores are also long. Doesn't mean you can't get into a grocery store here. Doesn't mean you can't get what you need, but the line here is going to be a lot longer than it will be if you stopped on your way in.
Well, Lapinto says that he noticed gas lines are getting shorter and he's happy that tensions are beginning to lower there, but he says he's seeing pharmacy lines getting longer. Now, again, Lapinto suggests that if you evacuated, wait a few more days for things to settle down and for more businesses to reopen before you head back. If you live in Jefferson Parish and you're in need of water, ice, MREs, or tarps, there are 3 locations available every day this week from 8 a.m. till 6 p.m. They're at the Ilario Center, the Shrine on Airline, and the Johnny Bright Playground in Metairie. Cox will be giving credits to all residential customers whose internet or cable went out during Ida, and if it's still out, the credit will automatically be applied to your account. Late fees will be waived and customers won't be charged for Cox equipment damaged during the storm. If you needed to leave your home and won't be moving Cox services to another address, you'll be able to suspend your service for up to 6 months with no charge. While the Saints are in Dallas and will be for at least a couple of more weeks, they'll be preparing for Green Bay in Texas, but will play the game in Florida. But they're not seeing that as a negative, as Ricardo LeComp reports.
The Saints may be in the Lone Star State, but their hearts remain in Southeast Louisiana. Even though football was a priority at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas this past week, it was difficult not to focus on the aftermath of the storm back home.
The safety of my family is the first thing that comes through. Again, all this other stuff is materialistic. Family good, back to football. Football good, back to family. We try and figure out how to help our city.
We still have a job to do, but to whom much is given, much is required. As part of the territory, we have to be able to dual shift our minds. So, tapping into reality and never losing sight of that, but also, maintaining focus and everything required to get the job done.
The Saints will have to get the job done away from New Orleans. The team will start game week preps for the Packers in Fort Worth at TCU's football facilities. The season opener against the Packers will take place at the home of the Jaguars in Jacksonville, Florida. The traveling to different sites may only apply to this week, however, since conditions have improved in the metro area over the past few days. So this may end up being the only home game the organization misses out on this season.
We plan on playing a lot of games at home in the Superdome this year, and that's what we expect to do. I don't think there's anything really too unique about playing on the road this week 1, because we're going to do that week 2 and week 3, so it'll be a normal road trip. It's just departing from here, and we're going to prepare here for the week leading up to the game.
That first game will launch the Jameis Winston era in New Orleans. Sean Payton declaring the former #1 overall pick the winner of the offseason quarterback competition over Taysom Hill.
We feel like he's got the unique skill set with his arm talent, where he can get the ball down the field. He's done a really good job of working through some of the progressions. Both he and Taysom competed their tails off. I can't tell you enough how much I appreciate how those guys have handled it, and it's challenging. It's hard in our league when you have a competition like that because it's not the norm.
With Winston taking over the reins of the offense, Hill will convert back to his Swiss Army knife role, a position that's made him an integral part of the offense the last 3 seasons, and an important one to start this year, with the number of offensive weapons missing. The Saints would have missed that element had Hill been named the starting QB, but Sean Payton says that wasn't the reason he lost out to Winston.
we couldn't make the decision just based on that, because if Taysom were to become that quarterback and continue to improve, and I do think he's going to be in that room working at that position, but we just wanted to look at it completely from an open eye standpoint and just trust our gut with it. Those two are both going to be extremely important if we're to play well and win games this year.
Ricardo LeCompte, 4th Down on 4.
And the Saints will take on the Packers this Sunday in Jacksonville. It's a home game for New Orleans. Kickoff 3:25. Peyton?
All right, a check of the forecast here. We are going to be watching for some heavy rain, mainly this afternoon. Flash flood watch has been issued. And I will say, if you can clear any of those drainage areas to make sure there's no debris blocking things. We still have lots of trees and stuff down, and that could certainly create more flooding than what we need. So we'll be watching that this afternoon. Rain chance is pretty high through Wednesday as we get some of that tropical moisture from Invest 91. Looks like Invest 91 will stay to our east, but it could be a little bit breezy by the Wednesday, Thursday time frame. And then here comes the cold front. Bring us drier air, not colder air, but some nicer weather as we head into Friday and Saturday. Highs in the upper 80s.
Well, as we've seen, thousands of our friends, families, and neighbors are in need of food, water, and shelter in the wake of Ida. WWL-TV is partnering with the United Way of Southeast Louisiana to make sure people in Jefferson, Orleans, Plaquemine, St. Bernard, St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, and Washington parishes get the help they need. And a few of our friends from the Black and Gold have joined the cause by donating and spreading the word.
Why give? Because we're the New Orleans Saints. And this community, this New Orleans family, is a part of us.
We give because we have to stick together in our times of need. Why we must give is to be able to provide opportunities and resources to the people that are in need.
We're partnering with the United Way of Southeast Louisiana and WWL-TV to raise funds for Hurricane Ida relief to keep dollars local, right where the impact is needed most. Trust us, we're giving too, so we can get help to our most vulnerable families.
When I think about why give, I believe to whom much is given, much is required. And so we've all been given much. No matter how much we have more than somebody. And so the best way to help someone is to give from what you have.
And there are 3 main ways you can help. If you're able to donate, you can either scan the QR code on your screen or go online. You can also volunteer your time and help your neighbors directly. And you can donate supplies at North Shore and South Shore drop-off locations. Thanks to this drive, United Way is already working with local leaders and relief organizations to get water, food, ice, tarps, and supplies out to communities. For more details on how to get involved, you can find that at unitedwayscla.com/Ida relief. Well, several people died after Hurricane Ida from carbon monoxide poisoning after using generators to power their homes. This morning, we'll speak with State Fire Marshal Butch Browning about the proper use of generators. Also, FEMA is loosening some of its requirements for rental assistance. That's all coming up at 6 o'clock.
It's almost 6 o'clock. We're continuing our team coverage of the aftermath of Hurricane Ida this morning. Jordan Howington has the latest on power restoration in the area as efforts increase across the metro area to get the power back on.
And Asha Staples is following concerns for senior facilities after the storm, after more residents were found dead over the weekend. Also, our Duke Carter has a few tips from the Louisiana Insurance Commissioner as recovery efforts begin.
And later in the hour, we'll be talking with State Fire Marshal Butch Browning about generator safety. It's really important when people are using those generators. He'll join us at 6:30 this morning. We'll get more on that. Also, we'll have our top stories in a few minutes, but first let's check in with Peyton and a look at the forecast. It was hot over the weekend.
Oh my goodness, and we got a heat advisory taking effect this morning.
Yeah, and I think the bigger story today is actually going to be the rain, guys. We've got a pretty good chance of seeing some heavy rain across the area. We have a big area of showers and storms north of Lafayette and Alexandria. And what we've got going on, there's a couple of disturbances moving on through the region. There's a lot of moisture. There's an old frontal boundary. And you couple all of that together and you're going to get the chance for some heavy rain. So we do have a flash flood watch today. It's going to go from noon until 9 p.m. And the thing about it is, the ground is still pretty saturated from Ida. Some areas picked up over a foot of rainfall from Ida. But also, think of all the debris everywhere. It's in our drainage systems. It's blocking the drainage areas. So if you can clear some of that this morning to make sure that at least some water can drain off today, if we do get the heavy rainfall, that could certainly help. But just all these little things could add up, and we could see some flash flooding across the area. On average, about 2 to 3 inches today, but I do think some spots could pick up over 4 inches of rainfall. And as I mentioned, we just don't have our infrastructure up to what we would normally have. So the flooding potential a little bit higher today. Now, the best chance of rain will come later morning into the afternoon. By this evening, things winding down, but yes, we will definitely have a good chance of rainfall later today. High temperatures, while we do have a heat advisory, will still be in the upper 80s to low 90s. And if you do get rain later today, it will definitely bring some relief from the heat, but you got to trade that off with the flooding potential. Roof damage, water really don't mix. So if you're rushing to get a tarp on your roof, you need to do it this morning, because by this afternoon, probably not going to be able to do so. Same thing tomorrow and Wednesday. We're going to have a pretty good chance of rain through at least Wednesday. And then by Thursday, kind of a transition day, and by Friday, big improvements as a cool front moves on in. So with the cold front, we are going to be watching Invest 91 interact with that cold front and that trough of low pressure. And you can see right now we're trending to more of a system moving to our east towards Florida. Could bring them some heavy rainfall. We could see some rain from this, though, by the Tuesday, Wednesday timeframe. Of course, Larry, it's a big hurricane, just really grown in size. It's Cat 3 staying out in the Atlantic, and it'll be near Bermuda. So that's a quick look at the tropics. We are going to dive into detail on Invest 91 and some local impacts we could see and kind of the final, what we think it's going to end up doing here in the Gulf of Mexico. Those details will come up in just a little bit, guys.
All right, since Hurricane Ida made landfall, 13 people have died in this state. At least 50 people have died in the Northeast after the storm. What was left of the storm brought heavy rains and tornadoes there. One of the latest deaths was in Washington Parish. Marley Menser was a lineman from Arkansas who was there to help restore the power. According to Howard Transportation, he was a lead driver out of their Little Rock office. He was run over by a truck and died. That's so sad. Menser had been with the company for 17 years. He leaves behind a wife and children.
Some parts of the metro area could get power restored today, according to Entergy. Some of those areas include the Bywater, the Lower Ninth Ward, St. Cloud, and Gentilly. Jordan Howington is joining us live now with more on the effort to restore power. Jordan?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, so anywhere you drive around Southeast Louisiana, you're going to see power crews ready to hit the road to get that power restored. And it's no different this morning here in downtown New Orleans. You can see power crews getting their stuff into their trucks now, ready to go to get that power restored. We do know Entergy has a workforce of 26,000 on the ground ready to go. And we do know also Entergy has restored power to nearly 50% of New Orleans. That's 103,000 customers, and the majority of customers should have lights on by Wednesday, so a sign of hope there. But some of the hardest hit areas in Southeast Louisiana won't receive power until the end of the month. But it's a tricky situation because in places like Lower Jefferson and St. John parishes, power poles and lines can sometimes be in marshy areas.
In regards to some of those harder hit areas down in the bayou, we are certainly working to secure specialized equipment such as airboats, track machines, because we certainly will need that to be successful in our restoration.
Now, Entergy says they are prioritizing gas stations, pharmacies, and other grocery stores so people can get out and get those critical needs. If you're wondering when power is going to be restored in your area, we have those dates on our website, WWL-TV.com. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jordan. Now on the North Shore, Cleco has restored power to 82% of its impacted customers in St. Tammany Parish and to 53% of impacted customers in Washington Parish. Meanwhile, just over 12,000 customers with the Washington St. Tammany Electric Co-op remain in the dark. Recovery assistance is coming from all over the country. 7 firefighters from Wichita, Kansas were deployed to Louisiana yesterday. A call was sent out requesting 30 engine companies to help with the relief efforts. Wichita is sending 2 engines and a strike team leader to help clean up. They're expected to be here for about 14 days.
And since Ida hit, 12 senior citizens in nursing homes and senior living facilities have died. 5 of the victims were found this weekend while the New Orleans Health Department inspected and surveyed senior living facilities after the storm. Asha Staples has been following the story for us and joins us live from outside one of those senior facilities. Good morning, Asha.
Good morning. St. John Birchman Manor was one of 10 facilities the city of New Orleans did order to close over the weekend. But as I found out yesterday, there's still about 90 residents here that say that they don't want to leave just yet. And they say that health officials were actually making their rounds this past weekend, doing those wellness checks, and found some senior apartments without air conditioning or adequate medical attention for residents. And this all unfolding just days after more than 800 nursing home residents who evacuated to a warehouse in Independence had to relocate. The warehouse was described as overcrowded, hot, and unsanitary. 7 residents did die in connection to that incident. As for those in this facility, residents tell me it's their home and they don't want to leave in fear of further mistreatment and pleading for any type of assistance. New Orleans City Councilman Jay Banks making that same plea.
It definitely was a water intrusion in addition to having the heat. And when I tell you, you could bake in there. It was that hot. It was absolutely miserable. So I don't want to lay blame on anybody because I don't know who is actually responsible. What I do know is that whoever is responsible needs to be held accountable, and we need to make sure we've got systems in place to ensure that this never happens again.
All 7 nursing homes involved were shut down. 2 at Flint Goodridge Apartments were passed away, actually. The Louisiana Department of Children and Family Services is launching Connect, a way for families to relocate loved ones who evacuated from Hurricane Ida to a shelter. Alternatively, families can fill out a form online to reach out to loved ones who may be in state shelters, and you can find all that information on our website, WWL-TV.com. For now, reporting live in New Orleans, Asha Staples, Eyewitness News.
All right, Asha, thank you very much. Starting today, FEMA has set up a hotline to help the elderly apply for disaster assistance. People 65 years and older can call the Department of Health and Human Services at the number on the screen. That hotline is open daily from 8 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon. We also have an update on that oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico that they believe was triggered by Hurricane Ida. Divers at the site have identified the apparent source as a 1-foot diameter pipeline that was displaced from a trench on the seafloor and then broke open. The spill was spotted in the Gulf last week. The Houston-based company currently paying for the cleanup, Talos Energy, said in a statement that the broken pipeline does not belong to them. 2 95-foot response vessels are being used to clean up that spill in the Gulf.
Today is the last day to seek virtual medical treatment from Ochsner for free. Ochsner Health will host its last day of free telehealth visits for the storms. To schedule an appointment, visit ochsner.org/status and use the code IDA. And if you or someone you know needs somewhere to live while waiting for repairs or recovery, FEMA is loosening some of its requirements to help. Now, normally people would receive hotel room assistance if their home was damaged in a storm. This time around, FEMA is also approving hotel assistance for people who lost power amid the heat advisory. You can receive help through the Expedited Rental Assistance Program, which provides funds for 1 month to applicants who report a loss of essential utilities like power. Or you can receive help through FEMA's Transitional Sheltering Program, which pays hotels directly for your stay. These are not separate applications. All you have to do is apply through disasterassistance.gov, and FEMA will determine what you qualify for based on your application. We have detailed information about assistance from FEMA and other help available for people impacted by Ida. Just text the word HELP to 504-529-4444 and we'll send you a link with everything you need to know. All right, Peyton, today, though, we're watching some rain.
Yeah, we got rain in the forecast today, and I saw a lot of people this weekend saying, are we stressing about Invest 91? And the answer, no. But going to give you an update on it and what we could see from this system down in the Gulf. Now, it is really nothing this morning. It's far on down there. There's the Yucatan. It's moving northwest. 2 miles an hour, so it's really not doing all that much, and the wind shear is pretty high today and tomorrow down there, so not going to do much over the next couple of days. Now, as it moves to the north, it's eventually going to start to head northeast, it looks like, and move up towards the Big Bend of Florida, and the conditions in this area will be a little bit more favorable for development, so still giving it about a 30% chance of trying to organize some. Doesn't look like anything significant, and this certainly is not the same setup as what we saw with Ida. The Gulf of Mexico is just not the same place. The wind shear is a little higher, there's some dry air, and those are big factors when you're trying to get a developing tropical system. So right now, looks like it would most probably be a tropical storm for someone, but we do have it staying south of our area and turning northeast towards Florida. Reason for that turn, it has to do with this trough. This trough of low pressure is coming on down, and you can imagine as the system gets pulled to the north, it's going to start to feel the winds here coming off from the west. So that'll start to turn it more towards the northeast. That's why we have it moving up towards Florida and then off the east coast of Georgia and South Carolina. So it's really going to struggle to get all the way up to us thanks to that trough and thanks to a cold front that's going to be coming on down. So kind of the evolution of this, it will be close enough to we'll see some moisture from it, but you can see there, this is just looking at kind of the circulation in it, and as it ramps up, you'll start to see these reds and greens. The green is the European model, the red is the GFS. They're in good agreement that we could have a developing tropical depression southeast of our coast by Wednesday, and then by Thursday, there it continues to move off towards the northeast, in pretty good agreement that these both this heads into the Big Bend area and the Florida Panhandle by Thursday. That's all thanks to that trough and that cold front. As I mentioned, though, we will see some moisture. We got moisture over us right now, but here comes a big plume of moisture from that Invest as we go into Tuesday, Wednesday. But as it starts to move up towards us, here comes the cold front and trough. It pulls that all off towards the northeast. And then here comes that dry air behind the front. So we're really going to feel that dry air by late Thursday, but especially on Friday and Saturday. So much better weather by Friday and Saturday. It'll be dry. It'll be mostly sunny. It'll still be warm in the upper 80s, but with the lower humidity, it's going to feel a lot nicer. We do have to get through about the next 3 days, though, of some pretty good rain chances. Today, flash flooding is possible. This isn't associated with any tropical, but we do have a lot of moisture. So we'll be watching for heavy rainfall today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. By Thursday, though, transitioning to drier weather and then better Friday and Saturday.
All right, Peyton, thank you very much. We're at 6:12 now. Just a few days after power was restored in the French Quarter, Archbishop Gregory Ammon held a Mass at St. Louis Cathedral, and he talked about the storm and his message to the faithful. Also, we'll have an update on bus service returning today post-Ida.
We have a quick alert for those of you in Lafourche Parish this morning. The town of Thibodaux will lift its ban on alcohol sales in less than an hour. So starting at 7 this morning, stores will be able to sell liquor again. However, the entire parish remains under a 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew. And it's unfortunate that people will take advantage of storm victims during a time like this, but it happens. So Lafourche Parish has established a hotline to report contractor fraud. If you're a victim, call 985-413-4498. That number's on your screen right now. And because cell service has been spotty lately, parish officials say if you don't get an answer, make sure you leave a voicemail with your name and contact information, and someone will get back to you.
After a devastating and very long week, a lot of people returned to Mass on Sunday. Parishioners gathered at the St. Joan of Arc Catholic Church in LaPlace. LaPlace hit very hard. The church did have some damage to the building. More than 100 people attended. As we said, the church did go through some storm damage, as did almost everybody else in LaPlace. Here in town, Archbishop Gregory Ammon was able to hold Mass at St. Louis Cathedral as well. Power was restored to the church in the French Quarter a few days ago. And as expected, the Archbishop referenced Ida's aftermath in his homily.
In one way or another, we are all heartbroken and disappointed, whether it is for ourselves or for others who are suffering more than we are. Our pain and our loss is a true reality. Such reality is not grasped by the human mind. Nevertheless, let us not turn a deaf ear to Jesus. Let us hear him say to us this morning in this liturgy, "You are not alone. I am with you. Let me carry you as you rebuild your life, as you rebuild your home."
All right, it's just before 6:20 on your Monday morning. We are watching the chance for pretty heavy rainfall later today. Now, there's not much going on right now. We've got a few showers popping up in Lower Terrebonne, south of Morgan City and St. Mary. And then notice where most of the rainfall is. It's off to our west from Lafayette up towards Alexandria. Very heavy rainfall, very loud storms as well, with a lot of lightning and thunder. I do think we'll start to see more of this in our area later this morning and through this afternoon. So do plan for some rainfall today. Will definitely be heavy at times. We do have a flash flood watch that has been issued, and that is because this heavy rainfall could dump 1 inch to 2 inches an hour. And we're thinking generally overall 2 to 3 inches for quite a few areas, especially in this yellow area. And then a few spots will pick up more than that, probably over 4 inches. So the flash flooding risk will be there. I will say, you know, we've got a lot of debris around right now, a lot of trees and things like that, and there's just so much of it. That a lot of it has not been picked up. So if it is blocking any drains, if you can go out, if you were here in town, and try to clear it out so it can try to get to the drains if we do get the heavy rainfall later today. It's inevitable, though. Drains are going to be clogged later today. If we do get the heavy rain, it'll pull all that debris towards it. So just be aware of that. The flooding potential is definitely there through this afternoon, and that includes all of our area. 70% chance of rain, 70% chance of rain tomorrow and Wednesday, be pretty high at least. And then Thursday, a 40% chance. We're finally dry on Friday as a cold front moves on in. So our rain chances tomorrow and Wednesday are going to be associated with that tropical wave in the Gulf of Mexico. It's going to increase our moisture. And fortunately, we got a cold front on the way, and that cold front is going to really block that system from ever getting up to us, but we'll see at least some of the moisture. Look at this, drier air, especially by Friday and Saturday. So lower humidity is moving in. And while it's not going to get colder, these are not temperatures. These are dew point temperatures, which tell us how much moisture there is. When you have dew point temperatures in the 50s and 60s, that is that nice dry air. The tropics remain fairly active. We've got Larry, which is a big category 3, and then Invest 91. That's it. You've maybe seen these scary pictures on social media lined up with all these tropical waves in circles. Guess what? There's always tropical waves. We don't have systems just lined up to develop. Right now, that's all we have. Models aren't overly aggressive, but right now for this week, it looks like we'll just be watching Invest 91 in the Gulf of Mexico. So it's going to be heading to the north and then eventually the northeast, and that's thanks to that trough and cold front coming on in. That's what's going to steer this towards Florida, but it will be close enough off our coast that we'll see some moisture by Tuesday and Wednesday. And notice the chance of development remains very, very low. If it does try to become a depression or a storm, it would probably happen in here and then head up towards the Florida Big Bend area by Thursday into Friday. So overall, the main impacts from this will be near the center and east of it, but I do think we're going to see at least enough moisture where we'll see at least a better chance of rain tomorrow and Wednesday, improving by Thursday. And then there's the cold front. Not colder, upper 80s, but still a little bit nicer. It'll be drier. It'll be mostly sunny. And overall better weather into the weekend. We'll be right back.
Well, over the weekend, our Meg Ferris spoke with a man in LaPlace trying to recover from Hurricane Ida.
Yeah, his house had a lot of damage, but in the midst of all the hardship, he found a reason to smile.
Like all South Louisianians, we bonded over the Saints and his love for the Eyewitness Morning News.
Taysom or Jameis, they want to know. Paul Dudley and Sheba Turk want to know. Taysom or Jameis?
I like Jameis because he got the experience. I love Taysom too because he's a beast. Sheba, I love y'all, man. I watch y'all every morning. You hear what I'm talking about? All y'all, man. April, everybody, man. Look, I love y'all, bro. This is the best thing that's ever happened to me in the midst of this crisis.
Yeah. Well, they're really laughing. Sheba's really laughing. Look.
Maybe y'all don't know. I watch how Eric be cutting up, man. Y'all just don't know.
Harold, stop. We're not giving Eric. We're not giving Eric a bigger ego than he already has. So we're not giving Eric props.
Eric, you get it right, Eric. You know, there's nothing but love in that studio now. I see it every morning, okay? I haven't seen y'all since the storm, but I'm gonna get back with it.
Yes, they love you. Paul and Sheba say they love you. Yeah. Okay, I want whoever wins, but I like watching them both, but I really like watching Taysom play. Yeah, he is a beast. He is a beast.
I do too. Taysom, man, he's a do-it-all. You know, Winston, you know, he's pretty much a stand in the pocket kind of quarterback. But I rather do Winston because, see, we could use Taysom with a bunch of like we've been doing. You know what I mean? So let's go with the vet, and then we'll work, you know what I mean? And he go down, we got enough, we good.
All right, Coach Payton, you heard it from Harold. All right, my friend, thank you so much. And that's what's going on here. You know what? I know people are really hurting, but we all need some laughs, and it's just amazing. In Southeast Louisiana, the bond that we have. You know, we're bonded through hurricanes, we're bonded through our Saints. So there you go.
We did love
the
Harold.
wisdom out of Harold's mouth was just incredible.
Wisdom that he said that you cut up, Eric?
No, that he said I was doing great and taking care of you guys.
Where?
No, we may have to re-rack that.
What are you watching? I just wanted to be clear that in the streets you are known as the troublemaker.
Yeah. Well, so?
Did you say so?
Yeah.
Then claim it.
I'm not. I don't shy away from it.
Okay.
He's an angel.
Yeah, he just tried to lie, but it's fine. It's fine. It's what we
I've had enough of you people. Let's go to break and we'll be right back.
We'll be back when you come back.
All right.
Well, now at 6:30, there are some things you need to know as you deal with insurance claims after Hurricane Ida. Duke Carter is live with details.
And the state fire marshal will join us in a couple of minutes to talk about the dangers of generators, those little portable generators, and how to keep your family safe if you're using one.
Good morning and welcome back to the Eyewitness Morning News. It's 6:30 now on this Monday, September 6th.
And it does seem like we've been dealing with this Hurricane Ida for like 2-3 months now.
Right. It
It's
has
been
been a
a
little
week and
over
a
the
day,
week.
yeah.
And I know it feels even longer for the folks who have been sitting in the heat all this time. It's been so hot.
And we keep on talking, when's the power kind of come back? Anyway, there's a heat advisory out again today. And a chance of rain, too.
Yeah, I think the bigger story today is going to be that rainfall. Yes, it's hot and humid, but looks like we'll be watching some heavy rain later today. Most of the storms, and pretty heavy storms from Lafayette up towards Alexandria, dumping very heavy rain, flash flooding, lots of lightning. That'll be our story later on. Flash flood watch has been issued for a big chunk of the area. That's going to go from noon today until 9 p.m. So the best chance of rain today will be through the afternoon. We're talking slow-moving, heavy, efficient rainmaker. So that's why we'll have that flooding potential. And you got to remember, there's still a lot of debris out there. And with debris, the rain is not able to drain into our drainage system. The debris will block it in a lot of cases, and that only adds on to our flooding potential. So we'll need to watch that today. High temperatures, it's still going to be hot and humid when it's not raining. We'll get up to around 89 to 90, maybe even 91 in a few spots, and it'll feel closer to 100 when you factor in the humidity. So that's the story today. That's the story tomorrow and Wednesday. Our rain chances are going to be high through Wednesday. And we'll be watching, the chance for some storms around each and every day through most of the work week. Now, by Thursday, Friday, we're going to get a cool front in here. And while it's not going to cool us down much, it is going to bring some drier air. And it's going to block Invest 91 from ever getting to us. Now, we will still see some moisture from Invest 91, but it looks like it's going to curve to the northeast and head up towards Florida. So that's the latest on Invest 91. You can see Larry's out there, and Larry's a big hurricane. It's going to be going close to Bermuda by the next couple of days. So Larry's going to stay on out there. And then notice there is nothing else in the tropics. We are watching tropical waves, but right now the concern level locally for the tropics remains pretty low, guys.
All right, thank you very much. It's 6:31. After hundreds of thousands of people spent the week without power, Entergy says it has been making some progress. They've restored power to nearly half of the customers that lost power after Ida, which is great for those neighborhoods. If your neighborhood doesn't have it, it's kind of hard. The lights are back on about 443,000 customers. Some of those communities should have power restored today, and those communities include the 7th Ward, the Lower 9th Ward, the Marigny, Gentilly, St. Roch, and Treme, and other places like Jefferson Parish and St. Bernard. They're expected to get power later this week. Hard-hit areas like some places in St. Bernard, St. John, Lafourche, Terrebonne, Plaquemines, and other coastal parishes could be without power for most of the month. Across the lake, Cleco crews have restored power to about 82% of their customers in St. Tammany Parish, about 53% of customers in Washington Parish.
The beginning of restoration begins in Grand Isle today. The island was one of the places hardest hit by Ida. Jefferson Parish Emergency Operations says they'll be down there today to start the process of recovery and cleanup.
Myself and Colonel Anderson are going to head to Grand Isle to begin preparations for our teams who will arrive on Tuesday and Wednesday to begin the recovery process. This will be a long, drawn-out process. We will send daily reports back to the parish president of street by street and block by block as we make our way through the island, clearing the roads and beginning the process of getting families back into their places if they can. Entergy will work alongside with us as we clear a mile. Entergy will be behind us, replacing poles. So it'll be a very calculated plan that Colonel Anderson and I have been working on for the last couple of days. So we're coming, we're ready, we're coming to see the folks in Grand Isle and make what's right. And I kind of like that. How'd you say that, Colonel? Protect what matters.
Well, we're going to cover today's activity in Grand Isle, so look for updates in later newscasts. Many people are in that recovery phase after Ida impacted Southeast Louisiana, and some of you have concerns about filing insurance claims.
Yeah, Duke Carter's following this story for us. And Duke, the state insurance commissioner, is offering a lot of advice for homeowners in filing claims.
Hey, good morning, y'all. Well, yeah, State Insurance Commissioner Jim Donelon says he wants to make sure people are pretty much not bogged down with the filing process. We know people are in the midst of trying to get their lives back in order, and the goal is just to make sure that people can recover as soon as possible. And so State Insurance Commissioner Jim Donelon is asking insurers to be fair with the claims process. He and President Biden have noticed insurance companies are not paying claims because there was no mandatory evacuation issued by city or parish leaders. And so Donelon said in a news conference he is urging insurers to pay claims with a voluntary or no evacuation order. He said the issue of mandatory evacuation is not about insurance. Instead, it should be about people's safety. Now, Donelon said some companies have already started to waive the mandatory evacuation provision. Take a listen to what he had to say.
People had to get out of harm's way in a very short period of time. And this circumstance certainly dictated that kind of action by our local leaders. I concur, and on Friday I issued a bulletin urging the insurers to do as the President suggested and as I'm requesting, and not impose that requirement of a mandatory evacuation order. So far.
So the insurance commissioner is asking people to, one, file their claim as soon as possible, because the sooner you can get an adjuster, the sooner you'll get a reputable contractor and not fall victim to a scam. The other thing, and if you can, jot this as soon as possible, Donelon says call the state office if you have any other questions, and that number is 1-800-259-5300. Again, that number is 1-800-259-5300. That is if you have any questions or concerns about the filing process. For now, though, reporting, Duke Carter, Eyewitness News.
All right, thank you very much, Duke.
12 senior citizens in nursing homes and senior living facilities have died since Ida made landfall. 5 of the victims were found this weekend when New Orleans health officials were checking out senior living facilities here in town. 2 of the victims were found at the Flint Goodridge Apartments in the Milan area. Another victim was found at the Nazareth Inn 1 and 2 in New Orleans East. One victim was found at the Christopher Inn, that's in the Marigny, and another at the Annunciation Inn in the 7th Ward. Health officials were making wellness checks on the facilities, but found some seniors' apartments had no air conditioning or adequate medical attention for the residents. The devastating discoveries forced the city to close 10 senior living facilities, including the ones we just mentioned. City Councilman J.H. Banks and a relative of a senior resident shared their frustration after visiting one of those centers.
When I tell you, you could bake in there, it was that hot. It was absolutely miserable.
They just left them to fend for themselves, elderly people. I am very upset.
And this problem in New Orleans unfolded days after more than 800 nursing home residents had been evacuated to a warehouse in Independence in Tangipahoa Parish. They had to be evacuated again from the warehouse. The warehouse was described as overcrowded, hot, and unsanitary. 7 residents died because of the conditions there. All 7 nursing homes involved in that investigation have been shut down. Not all those residents went to a shelter. Some had to be hospitalized.
We have an update on school systems in our area as each district works to reopen buildings and start classes again. St. Bernard Parish Public Schools plans to reopen offices and resume classes next Monday. School officials say they're giving parents, students, and staff who are without power time to recover. Jefferson Parish and New Orleans Public Schools are closed until further notice, and surrounding parishes have also shut down schools indefinitely, but they've provided small updates on recovery. In Lafourche Parish, school officials are assessing damages and beginning repairs. They say several schools suffered severe damage. School districts in Terrebonne, St. John, and St. Charles are assessing damages to their schools. They've all reported extensive damage. And lastly, we're told more than half of St. Tammany Parish schools now have power, but damage assessments are underway. St. Tammany Schools says that parents will receive at least a 3 days notice before the schools do reopen. The first library will reopen in New Orleans since Ida to give people somewhere to go to access Wi-Fi and charge their phones. The Central City Library opens at 10 this morning with computer and Wi-Fi access, as well as phone charging stations. Those are first come, first serve with a 1-hour limit. That library is located on Jackson and Simon Bolivar. It will be open from 10 a.m. until 5.
And if you need a ride to a cooling center or a charging station or a food distribution site, you can get a free ride thanks to the RTA. The RTA is resuming its bus routes today. on a limited schedule. It'll operate under its Saturday schedule every day until further notice. Service will run from 6 in the morning till 6 at night. The RTA says bus fares are free, at least for now. Uber is also trying to help out with people in need getting around. Uber is offering free rides to some cooling centers and distribution sites. When you request a ride through the Uber app, use the code IDA Relief 2021. IDA Relief 2021. And if you need help from FEMA or need to apply for disaster food stamps or need to know where to find food, water, or other essential items, you can text the word HELP to our phone number here at the station, 504-529-4444. We'll respond with a link to all the information you need to know about those things. Right now we're at 6:40 and Peyton's checking out the forecast. We have hot and rain today.
Yeah, we got a pretty good chance of rain today, so be watching out for that this afternoon. Some flash flooding is certainly possible. And a quick update on the tropics. We still have our two systems. Hurricane Larry, it's a big Category 3 out here, and Invest 91. Let's start with Larry because Larry is so impressive. It's been out here for days, and it's had a chance to really just grow in size. The eye of this thing is giant. The good news is staying out in the Atlantic, well to the north and east of the Lesser Antilles and the Greater Antilles. It will be coming close to Bermuda over the next couple of days, so it'll be skirting the islands there and of course sending some big swells off to the east coast. But other than that, Larry's not an issue for the United States. Here's Invest 91. Now this is one we've been keeping a close eye on, but it's really not much, and this morning there's not much to it at all. Moving northwest at 2 miles an hour. Notice there's hardly any showers and storms. It's just a big broad area of circulation and kind of a trough of low pressure. It will be moving to the north. There is a lot of deep tropical moisture down here associated with it, and as it moves to the north, it's eventually going to start to make a northeast turn, and that's when it has a better chance of trying to organize into a depression, maybe a tropical storm before it gets into the Big Bend, Florida Panhandle by Thursday. So it does look like this will curve and move towards Florida and not get all the way to our area. The reason for that curve, there's a trough of low pressure coming down, and as this moves to the north, it'll start to feel the impacts of this trough of low pressure and these winds, and that's what's going to run into it and steer it to the north and east. So that's why we expect this to turn away from our area. Now it is going to get close. We do think we're at least going to see some moisture from this, and it is possible we have a developing depression just off our mouth of the river, but it's moving away from us. So you can see the deep tropical moisture down there right now associated with that tropical wave. That's what's going to head to the north. Not going to do much today or tomorrow as there's lots of wind shear and dry air. But as it gets into the Wednesday, Thursday time frame, closer to the northern Gulf Coast, could try to organize some. But then as it gets close to us, here comes our cold front, here comes the trough. It takes that moisture and whatever it is and moves it into Florida. And then we get that dry air moving in by really Thursday afternoon. I think we're going to start to see some big improvements. So yeah, that moisture will be most prominent from this system on Tuesday and Wednesday. And then by Thursday, we're looking much better. And Friday, I don't think we're really going to see any rainfall at all. So as Eric mentioned, we have a heat advisory today. It's going to be hot and humid when it's not raining, but we do have a pretty good chance of rain today. And our flash flood risk is going to be the main concern for our area. So 91, 70% chance of storms. Watch for that this afternoon. 89 with the chance of storms tomorrow, 88 with the chance of storms on Wednesday. And then by Thursday, it'll be a transition day. That cold front moves on through and not really going to bring colder air, but it'll bring some drier air. So we'll see decreasing rain chances by Thursday afternoon. Friday and Saturday, mostly sunny, upper 80s, less humid across the area, and then staying pretty dry as we go into the Sunday time frame as well. We'll throw in about a 10% chance of rain. All right, welcome back. It is 6:45 here. Let's go over what we got today. We do have a heat advisory. Heat index values 100 to 105. But really the big story today is probably going to be more so the rainfall we could see. We do have a couple of things. We've got a stalled frontal boundary in the vicinity of the area. It's just a kind of weak boundary. We've got an upper level disturbance moving on through, and we got a lot of moisture. So you couple all those together, you're going to get showers and storms. So a pretty good chance we do see rain today, about a 70% chance, high in the low 90s. Tomorrow rain chances are high, and Wednesday rain chances are high. Tuesday and Wednesday's rain chances are associated with that moisture moving in from our tropical disturbance. The moisture today not really associated with that tropical system. So this morning we're already tracking quite a bit of showers and storms out to our west from Lafayette up through Alexandria, big time storms. So if you are heading on into the city today, coming on in later today, this afternoon, you're going to run into some of this rainfall, and just be very careful. There's a ton of lightning in this, and that's just a sign that they are very intense storms that are dumping some really heavy rainfall. So that's what we'll be watching for later this morning and through the afternoon hours. So rain chances will be highest this afternoon, and then by this evening things will improve. But really during the daytime hours is when we could see the heaviest of the rainfall. Keep in mind, the soil is still pretty saturated from Ida, and while the rainfall from Ida hasn't been a huge story, we did see quite a bit of rainfall. Some areas picked up 10 to 15 inches of rain plus. Also, a lot of areas ground still saturated from flooding from rivers, from storm surge, those types of things. So there's just not a whole lot of places for this rain to run off, so it's going to collect in streets in those low-lying areas very quickly. And that includes all the way from the bayou parishes to the river parishes to the North Shore to the New Orleans metro. The highest flooding risk is going to be in this yellow area, which is most of the Channel 4 viewing area, 2 to 3 inches on average, but a few areas could certainly see over 4 inches, and that would come in a short amount of time. So that's why that flooding potential is there. Also, I should mention debris. We've got a ton of debris everywhere still. Lots of trees, lots of leaves. Those are easily going to get picked up, drain into or try to go into the drainage systems. They'll plug them up, and there's just not going to be, what we normally see with our drainage system. So that will only add to the street flooding problems across the area. As I mentioned, rain chances will be high not only today, but tomorrow and Wednesday, and that's thanks to that tropical system. And while we don't expect a landfalling tropical cyclone in our area, we're going to see some moisture from it tomorrow and Wednesday. And then things improve by Thursday and especially Friday. We got a cold front on the way, and not to give you false hope that we're going to get colder air, but we're going to get some drier air, and it's going to feel nicer, especially by late Thursday and Friday and Saturday. So the overnight hours on Friday and Saturday are going to be nice and maybe feel a little cool out there. It won't be as muggy, and the afternoons will be pretty dry as well. Very short-lived. By Sunday and Monday, we got the moisture back. So as I mentioned, what we're going to be watching, moisture from Invest 91 in our area. Larry is out there. It's a big Category 3 hurricane. It's going to be near Bermuda over the next couple of days, but it is not going to be an issue for the U.S. As I said, this will be moving to the north. It'll make that turn to the northeast. It'll get close enough to we'll see some moisture, but if a center of this does develop and become a storm, it would likely head up towards the Big Bend area by Thursday. And they could try to reorganize some off the coast of the Carolinas by the end of the work week and weekend. So overall, our concern level with this remains very low, but yes, we'll see some rainfall from it.
All right, thanks, Peyton. When Mason Smith signed with LSU back in December, it was a home run for the Tigers. Smith was Louisiana's #1 recruit.
And Saturday night out in Los Angeles, it should have been a very exciting time for him, but instead, his mind was elsewhere. The newest member of our sports team, Brooke Kirchhoffer, has the story from Houma.
That's where he's lived all his life, so, he knows a lot of people lost a lot.
While Mason Smith was busy preparing for Week 1 against UCLA, the destruction of his hometown of Houma, Louisiana, after Hurricane Ida made landfall, weighed heavy on his mind.
He was kind of bummed about that, but, it's where we live, We don't get them, we've never gotten them that big come through Houma.
Malcolm Smith, Mason's father, says their home was one of the lucky ones, only facing minor damage amid the destruction in Terrebonne Parish.
We got a lot of devastation, a lot of catastrophic damage. My neighborhood alone's got several houses that are unlivable now.
When I asked those closest to Mason Smith how they would describe him, the words humble and hard worker come to mind, and also that he cares deeply about his community and that it means something to him to wear the purple and gold.
He's always had this goal to get out and come back and give back. And I know it's killing him right now that he can't come help out and do some things for the family and friends that he has. And, if God gave you 5 gifts, he got all 5, and he's just an amazing person.
He's also a terror on the field, and fans took notice in his limited snaps during LSU's loss Saturday night.
When he got in and he spread his long arms out and contained the quarterback where someone else can make the sack, to me, he did his job. You did your job, your team got the sack. With your team getting it, you got it. So to me, he did well.
The stats might not prove that, as the former five-star's name was nowhere to be found in the final game notes except under participation. But as a freshman, getting his first reps on the big stage, Smith more than got his feet wet as he looks to reach his ceiling.
He wants to be the best when he's on the field. That's him in a nutshell. He wants to give it his all while he's on the field.
I just think he wants to prove that people from around here can play football and can meet those expectations of being in Power 5 football and play well and move on and maybe have another career.
And hopefully LSU has a better rest of the season. We wanted to have the fire marshal join us in this hour, but he's going to join us in our 7 o'clock hour instead, so watch for that.
All the Paralympics are now over, and there's a new world record set by a 17-year-old Team USA swimmer. Anastasia Pagonias won the first U.S. Paralympic gold in the 400-meter freestyle with a record time. An autoimmune disease left Pagonias completely blind just 3 years ago. She completes in the S11 class for the most severely visually impaired athletes. An assistant let her know she won gold by tapping her on her head.
When I came into the wall, I got 1 tap for gold, 2 taps for silver, and 3 taps for bronze. And I got that 1 tap, and I will never forget that moment.
So you knew before anybody had said anything to you that you had won the race?
Yeah, because they're not allowed to talk to me on the playing field. So I got that 1 tap, and I knew that I had won gold.
While Pagonias is also a star in social media. She's on the app TikTok with more than 2 million followers. She says she'll start training right away for the 2024 Paralympics. Congratulations to her.
And the athleticism that's on display by those Paralympic athletes is just amazing.
It absolutely is.
I mean, they have so much that they've got to overcome and just, I mean, do it so incredibly.
Yeah, that's the part that's so inspiring.
Yeah, if you're watching us on Channel 4 and want to keep up with the Eyewitness Morning News, you need to switch over to WWL. That's Channel 54 on regular, direct, and Dish TV. If you're on Cox, it's Channel 2 on Charter and Spectrum, Channel 16. We have lots coming up when you switch over. 12 senior citizens in nursing homes and senior living facilities have died since Hurricane Ida ravaged the Gulf Coast. 5 of the victims were found over the weekend here in New Orleans. Our Asha Staples will have a live report on the probe and a whole lot more coming up in our 7 o'clock hour on WUPL.
Well, welcome back to the Eyewitness Morning News. Thanks for joining us on WUPL on this Monday, September 6th. We do continue to cover the aftermath of Ida.
Yeah, including an update on the timeline when you should see power restored in your area. You know, it's wonderful seeing other people get their power on. If it's your neighborhood that's not getting the power, it's kind of hard.
Yeah, it is great though if you have somewhere else to go.
Yeah.
A friend's house with AC. I feel really bad for people who all their relatives, everybody lives in one neighborhood and they're all stuck in the heat.
I know, it has been rough. And it's going to be a hot one today, and we're also talking about rain. So you have a heat advisory and chances for rain.
Yeah, we got a heat advisory and we've got a flash flood watch. So we could see some heavy rainfall today. And while that could bring some relief from the heat, there's a lot of roofs that just can't handle this rainfall right now. There's also our drainage system. There's a lot of debris everywhere. So if you can clean any of those catch basins or areas where the water is draining, do it this morning to kind of give relief this afternoon as this rain moves on in. There you can see big area of showers and storms from Lafayette up through Alexandria, now creeping closer and closer to parts of Baton Rouge and Macomb, but still a little bit longer before it gets across a big chunk of our area. There's the flash flood watch. It does include most of our Channel 4 viewing area. It goes from noon until 9 p.m. So that'll be the time frame on where you'll see the heaviest rainfall. So mainly through this afternoon. As Eric mentioned, it is going to be hot. We'll be in the low 90s, but with the rain moving in, it'll knock our temperatures into the upper 80s. So if you're getting rain, it's a little bit cooler, but if you're not getting rain, it is certainly going to be muggy and hot. And unfortunately, the rain chances are pretty high through the next couple of days. We'll be looking at pretty good chances today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. By Thursday and Friday, though, we got a cold front on the way. Not going to bring colder air, really, but it is going to bring some much drier air. So we'll have details on that and the latest on the tropics for you coming up in a bit, guys.
All right, thank you, Peyton. Since Hurricane Ida hit, 12 senior citizens in nursing homes and senior living facilities have died. 5 of those victims were found this weekend when health officials with the city of New Orleans were checking out senior living facilities. Our Asha Staples has been following the story for us. She's joining us live from one of those senior living facilities with more. Asha.
Good morning. St. John Birchman's Manor is one of 10 of those senior living facilities that the city ordered to shut down ahead of the storm. But as I found out yesterday, there's still about 90 residents who say they just don't want to leave. Now, again, around this weekend, health officials were making those wellness checks to those senior facilities, and they found conditions with no air conditioning or adequate medical attention for residents. And this is all unfolding days after more than 800 nursing home residents who evacuated to a warehouse in Independence had to relocate. The warehouse was described as overcrowded, hot, and unsanitary. 7 residents died in connection to that incident. Now, as for the residents here in this facility, residents tell me it's their home and they don't want to leave in fear of further mistreatment or neglect, and pleading for help.
I'm an oxygen patient, for one. It makes me feel like that. It's no one but us. We haven't had anything. They just start sending water and Gatorade, but we hadn't had none of that since the storm.
Now, this is a list of those facilities, both nursing homes and assisted living facilities that were shut down. The Louisiana Department of Children and Family Services is launching Connect, a way for families to relocate loved ones who evacuated from Hurricane Ida to a state shelter. Alternatively, families can fill out a form online to reach out to loved ones who may be in state shelters. And of course, all of that information is on our website, WWL-TV.com. And also, they have had buses sitting outside of this facility since yesterday. They say that if residents do choose to leave, they can do so. But again, they are in fear of further mistreatment and really just not being told where they're going to go, and also not being able to notify their loved ones. So again, a story we'll continue to follow for the coming days and let you know about any other details that we do learn. For now, reporting live in New Orleans, Asha Staples, Eyewitness News.
All right, thank you so much, Asha. And the Louisiana Department of Health has released some new information about the conditions of that warehouse in Independence. And as you remember, more than 800 residents from 7 nursing home facilities were crammed into that building to wait out the storm. Well, in total, 7 have died since the facilities were evacuated. The state has since ordered them to close, but the warehouse had actually evaluated before the storm hit. The Department of Health said in part, upon 2 in-person site visits prior to landfall, it did appear that from a facility standpoint, the minimum necessary components to provide a safe sheltering environment for a very short period of time were met. Conditions clearly deteriorated following the storm. The state also said that residents were in varying degrees of undress and were not adequately tended to. There were also piles of linens and trash on the floor and an overwhelming stench of urine and feces throughout the building. Hospitals that received the patients told the state that it was clear that they had been neglected. And in total, 13 people have died in our state in the week since Ida made landfall.
Yeah, the death toll has climbed as Ida moved to the northeast. At least 50 people died from flash floods, tornadoes, and mudslides in the northeast part of this country. One of the latest deaths in this area was a lineman from Arkansas here to restore power. That, according to transportation, to Howard Transportation, Marley Menser was the lead driver out of Little Rock, the Little Rock office, and was run over and was killed. Menser had been with the company for 17 years. He leaves behind a wife and children. Power has been restored to nearly half of energy customers, and today crews will be trying to speed up the restoration process for the rest of us who haven't gotten power. This comes after completing a damage assessment which showed that Hurricane Ida's impacts were some of the worst energy has seen compared to other hurricanes, big ones like Katrina, Ike, Delta, and Zeta combined. Jordan Howington from one of our sister stations is joining us with more on that. And that's when you realize just how big the devastation was to the power grid here.
Absolutely, and we are waking up with some hope this morning as people keep their eyes on that power restoration. And talking about speeding up that process, this whole parking lot was filled with trucks this morning, power crews, and they got out early. We were told earlier this morning it would be 8 o'clock before they got on the road, but here we are, and this parking lot is nearly empty. So, you know, energy alone restored power to nearly 50% of New Orleans. That's 103,000 customers, and the majority of energy customers should have lights on by Wednesday, but others in harder hit areas will have to hang in there. For some, it could be weeks before getting power back.
addressing the hardest hit areas, our challenges will increase tremendously. This could affect some of the estimated restoration times for those parishes in those hard hit areas.
Energy does tell us they are prioritizing grocery stores, pharmacies, and gas stations so people can get out and get those critical needs. And if you're wondering when power is going to be restored in your area, we have that restoration times on our website at WWL-TV.com. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jordan. We also have an update on power restoration for Cleco customers. More than 80,000 people now have electricity in St. Tammany and Washington parishes. That's over 80% of their customers served. Linemen are continuing their work today in Slidell, Abita Springs, Covington, Lacombe, Madisonville, and Mandeville.
And checking in on outages in the Washington St. Tammany Electric Co-op, there are just over 8,000 people without power still in St. Tammany Parish, about 2,500 in Tangipahoa, and just over 1,300 in Washington Parish. That's roughly 23% of the customers served by that company. Flooding in Lafitte and Barataria is causing an issue at some cemeteries. Jefferson President Cynthia Lee Shang addressed the concerns at a press conference yesterday.
The next item I have never talked about before. I am trying to be extremely sensitive to this very delicate issue. But when we had the rising waters in Barataria and Lafitte, there have been some caskets that were removed from their resting location. And people are starting to get concerned, obviously, about deceased family members. So I took a call from Mayor Kerner last night. I also spoke to Dr. Jerry Satanovich. This is actually handled by a special team at the State Department called a cemetery team. They have already done aerial surveys, and they will do and schedule to do a ground assessment shortly. Okay, so I trust that this team is going to handle it with the sensitivity that it deserves, and more information will be coming, but I want everybody to know that we are aware of it, we're on it, and we know it is a family member of yours that was once very loved, and we will handle it. I'm sure the team, we're not doing it, but I'm sure the team will handle it with very much respect.
And she said that cemetery team will be identifying any casket that was moved by floodwaters and return them to their rightful resting places as soon as humanly possible. And keeping in Jefferson Parish, Sheriff Joe Lopinto is encouraging people who evacuated to wait a few more days before they come back home. In a press conference, the sheriff says their operations have changed from a life-sustaining operation to a quality of life operation.
Anybody that's out of town that's looking at that map to figure out when they're going to come home, I asked them not only look at the map, which Cynthia just said, look at the map to make sure your power is on, but also manage your expectations. If you're coming back in town, make sure you have your pharmaceutical needs. Make sure you have some extra gasoline before you get here, just for your vehicle itself, and then make sure you have your food. Lines at the grocery stores are also long. Doesn't mean you can't get into a grocery store here. Doesn't mean you can't get what you need, but the line here is going to be a lot longer than it will be if you stopped on your way in.
And by the way, when you check that energy app with the energy map, it's not always as accurate as you would hope, so you might want to call a neighbor to see if your power is on before coming back home. Lopinto says he has noticed that gas lines are getting shorter and is happy the tensions are beginning to ease somewhat, but he says he's seeing pharmacy lines getting longer again. The sheriff suggests that if you have evacuated, you should wait a few more days for things to settle down, and more businesses have been able to reopen.
And there's a similar warning in Lafourche Parish as people begin to return home. Officials say residents should be prepared to self-sustain. The power is still out, gas is hard to come by, and the sheriff's office says every home has some type of damage.
As you move further up the bayou, certainly those buildings don't necessarily have the standards that some of the buildings down here had, and so it's still just caused complete devastation in some areas. Some buildings were completely gutted in the central portion of our parish. Really, I think it's safe to say that 100% of homes in Lafourche Parish sustained some level of damage. Some was very minor, going all the way to, again, just complete devastation of the residents.
All right, it is Monday morning, just after 7 o'clock here. We are looking at a pretty good chance of showers and storms today. That'll be our main story, is that threat for some heavy rain and flash flooding. You can see there on radar, we're already tracking these showers and storms. These are going to be west of Baton Rouge towards Lafayette and Alexandria, and these will be moving in our direction and kind of continue to build across our area through the morning and afternoon. So not much right now, but that will change, and you need to be ready for at least some heavy rainfall. Of course, not the greatest news with regard to lots of roof damage still, and our debris is still pretty heavy across a large chunk of the area, which means our drainage systems can get clogged pretty easily with all the trees and any other debris that's out there. So just keep that in mind. That flooding risk will be a bit higher than usual for any downpours that develop today. Pretty good chance we see showers and storms this afternoon. By this evening, though, things are winding down. I do think we'll see a widespread area of 2 to 3 inches, but that's not to say a few areas won't see more. These will be isolated spots, but they could pick up over 4 inches of rain. And that could happen pretty quickly, maybe in an hour or two. So that's one of our big concerns with the flooding risk as we go through your Monday. The rain risk will remain pretty high tomorrow and Wednesday, but by Thursday we're drying out, and Friday don't think we have any rainfall. Reason for that, we got a big cold front on the way that's going to bring some much drier air, and it is going to bring some nice feeling air by late Thursday and into Friday. Dew points in the 50s. That is dry air that'll feel good in the overnight hours, and it'll feel pleasant during the afternoon. We got to get through the next 3 days, though, of some moisture and it's pretty high rain chances. Rain chances by tomorrow and Wednesday are actually thanks to Invest 91. More on that in a second. But Larry is a big hurricane, and it's Category 3 still. It looks like it's still going to stay out in the Atlantic. It'll be close towards Bermuda over the next couple of days, and that'll be too close for comfort for them, but making that curve out to the north and eventually the north and east. And I tell you, this thing's just had a lot of time to grow in size. It's gone through a couple of eye wall replacement cycles, and it's going to continue to grow. The eye on this thing is giant. Yesterday it was over 70 miles wide, the eye, and it's just huge out there. And you can see there, we've got the satellite turned on just for Larry, kind of give you the scope of how big it is. Fortunately going to stay away from the islands out here, but yeah, it's going to become too close to Bermuda over the next couple of days. Of course, we've had all eyes on Invest 91. A lot of people have been asking about this and stressing, and it just doesn't look like it's going to be a big deal for a lot of people. Now, it is going to bring us some moisture, and at this point, we really don't need any additional rainfall, so that is certainly not wanted, but this is not going to be an Ida storm. The Gulf of Mexico is not the same place it was last week. It's just not a hospitable environment for a significant storm. So yes, we're going to see the moisture move up in our area as we go into Tuesday and Wednesday. But as it gets closer to us, the cold front comes down, that trough swings down, it grabs it, and it pulls it towards Florida, and it takes that moisture with it by Thursday and Friday. So there's that cool front, and then behind it a lot of dry air. So right now our concern level with it very low, but I do think we'll see more rain tomorrow and Wednesday on top of what we're going to see today. So we'll be watching that for you. By Thursday, Friday, and really Friday and Saturday, much better weather moves in. Still warm in the upper 80s, but lower humidity means it feels better.
Well, looking ahead to the weekend as power continues to be restored to many across our viewing area, we're hoping that a lot more of you guys will be able to de-stress next weekend by watching the Saints game at home.
That would be nice. Right now, the Saints are in Dallas and will be there for a couple more weeks. They'll get ready to take on the Green Bay Packers in Texas. Well, they're actually going to play them in Jacksonville.
In Jacksonville, yeah.
For the game that's coming up this weekend in Florida. But they're not seeing that as a negative, as Ricardo LeCompte reports.
The Saints may be in the Lone Star State, but their hearts remain in Southeast Louisiana. Even though football was a priority at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas this past week, it was difficult not to focus on the aftermath of the storm back home.
The safety of my family is the first thing that comes through. Again, all this other stuff is materialistic. Family good, back to football. Football good, back to family. We're trying to figure out how to help our city.
We still have a job to do, but, to whom much is given, much is required. As part of the territory, we have to be able to dual shift our minds. So, tapping into reality and never losing sight of that, but also, maintaining focus and everything required to get the job done.
The Saints will have to get the job done away from New Orleans. The team will start game week preps for the Packers in Fort Worth at TCU's football facilities. The season opener against the Packers will take place at the home of the Jaguars in Jacksonville, Florida. The traveling to different sites may only apply to this week, however, since conditions have improved in the metro area over the past few days. So this may end up being the only home game the organization misses out on this season.
You know, we plan on playing a lot of games at home in the Superdome this year, and that's what we expect to do. I don't think there's anything really too unique about playing on the road this week one, because we're going to do that week 2 and week 3, so it'll be a normal road trip. It's just departing from here, and we're going to prepare here for the week leading up to the game.
That first game will launch the Jameis Winston era in New Orleans. Sean Payton declaring the former #1 overall pick the winner of the offseason quarterback competition over Taysom Hill.
We feel like he's got the unique skill set with his arm talent, where he can get the ball down the field. He's done a really good job of working through some of the progressions. Both he and Taysom competed their tails off. I can't tell you enough how much I appreciate how those guys have handled it, and it's challenging. It's hard in our league when you have a competition like that because it's not the norm.
With Winston taking over the reins of the offense, Hill will convert back to his Swiss Army knife role, a position that's made him an integral part of the offense the last 3 seasons, and an important one to start this year, with the number of offensive weapons missing. The Saints would have missed that element had Hill been named the starting QB, but Sean Payton says that wasn't the reason he lost out to Winston.
We couldn't make the decision just based on that, because if Taysom were to become that quarterback and continue to improve, and I do think he's going to be in that room working at that position, but we just wanted to look at it completely from an open eye standpoint and just trust our gut with it. Those two are both going to be extremely important if we're to play well and win games this year.
Ricardo LeCompte, 4th down on 4.
And Sheba, before I make a bet on that game, I want to know how you're going to call it. Who do you think?
Oh, it's going to be the Saints, obviously.
Okay, I knew you'd say that. Even with a hurricane in New Orleans, New Orleanians just can't stop thinking about the Saints because, we love the Saints.
Exactly. This was fun. Our Meg Ferris caught up with a Saints superfan who gave his opinions on Taysom Hill and Jameis Winston and a few of his other favorites. Take a listen.
Taysom or Jameis, they want to know. Paul Dudley and Sheba Turk want to know. Taysom or Jameis?
I like Jameis because he got the experience. I love Taysom too because he's a beast. Yeah. Sheba, I love y'all, man. I watch y'all every morning. You hear what I'm talking about? All y'all, man. April, everybody, man. Look, I love y'all, bro. This is the best thing that's ever happened to me in the midst of this crisis.
Yeah. Well, they're really laughing. Sheba's really laughing. Look.
Maybe y'all don't know. I watch how Eric be cutting up, man. Y'all just don't know.
Harold, stop. Stop. We're not giving Eric. We're not giving Eric a bigger ego than he already has. So we're not giving Eric props.
Eric, you get it right, Eric. There's nothing but love in that studio now. I see it every morning, okay? I haven't seen y'all since the storm, but I'm gonna get back with it.
Yes, they love you. Paul and Sheba say they love you. Yeah. Okay, I want whoever wins, but I like watching them both, but I really like watching Taysom play. Yeah, he is a beast. He is a beast.
I do too. Taysom, man, he's a do-it-all. Winston, he's pretty much a stand in the pocket kind of quarterback. But I rather do Winston because, see, we could use Taysom with a bunch of like we've been doing. You know what I mean? So let's go with the vet, and then we'll work, you know what I mean? And he go down, we got enough, we good.
All right, Coach Payton, you heard it from Harold. All right, my friend, thank you so much. And that's what's going on here. You know what? I know people are really hurting, but we all need some laughs, and it's just amazing. In Southeast Louisiana, the bond that we have. We're bonded through hurricanes, we're bonded through our Saints. So there you go.
Why can't people see the humility I have? I mean, Harold got it right. He goes, Eric, you keep it together, you got the love in the studio. Calm down, Sheba.
What did you just watch? What he said was that you cut up, which is the absolute truth.
He did say that. Then he said, you got it going, you got the love in the studio.
Okay. We'll run it back a 5th time. Don't worry.
All right.
We will, with a direct quote. It is absolutely amazing to see his energy and spirit, though, as he stands inside his damaged home. He has a lot of work to do there.
Well, and one of the things we like about our morning show is it is more personal, and we do love the folks that watch us. and are so loyal for the show for so many years.
Yeah, we're like a good little raggedy family.
We are raggedy.
Let's get over to Peyton and
Speaking
let him
of
brag
raggedy.
for a bit because he is on Flirty Girl's latest t-shirt.
Yeah, and speak for yourself about raggedy, you two.
Oh, girl, you are the captain of Team Raggedy.
I hold this family together.
Get
I'm the
outta
insane
here.
one around here. I am
What?
the calm.
Yeah, thank you, Eric.
I am the calmest one around here. We can
No,
all agree
you
on
are
it.
not.
Yeah, as far as the people need to know, I am. All right, good morning, everybody. I do want to mention this really quick. Rain chances today. Flash flood watch has been issued for the area, and we could see some heavy rain this afternoon. Do keep that in mind. Catch basins, things like that. Our drainage systems are clogged up with debris right now, or could get clogged up with all this rain we could see today. So if you can clear anything this morning, maybe go do that. I know a lot of roofs are damaged, and the last thing we need right now is rainfall, but we do have a pretty good chance today. Tomorrow and Wednesday, the forecast is a little tricky with both of those days because of moisture coming in from that tropical wave. Right now, we'll keep our rain chances pretty high, but the most significant impacts of that do stay to our east and northeast. And then notice, here comes the cold front, drying us out towards the end of the work week.
I'm sorry, I didn't know it was coming back on TV. I'm
want me
eating
to
a
do it?
cracker. Yeah, can you read it for me, Eric?
Yeah, the Blood Center is once again accepting donations of blood, and this week they're hosting 2 drives. See how I keep this show together? The first drive is taking place today at the Mandeville Donor Center on Highway 22 from 7 this morning, started about 20 minutes ago. It'll go on until 3 this afternoon. Another drive is happening tomorrow at the Oxnard Cancer Center, that's in Covington, from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The Blood Center says type O donors are really needed. That's the type of blood that is used more often in trauma and emergency situations. New Orleans Public Library branch is reopening today for people who need access to a computer or a phone charger, so that is good progress. The Central City Library will be open from 10 this morning till 5 this afternoon. It's at the Allie Mae Williams Multi-Service Center on Jackson Avenue. The library will have computer, Wi-Fi access, phone charging stations, and most importantly, air conditioning. All other library branches are closed right now. You through eating?
I am done eating for now.
Okay.
Well, I'm not. I spit it out, just to be
Well,
fair.
and for a lot of folks, you know, that's a godsend to be able to get over there and get Wi-Fi. I've not had Wi-Fi at my house. Well, no power either.
Yeah, and folks need to charge their phones. All right, guys, we got to take a break. We'll be right back. I'm Sheba Turk. Thank you to our WUPL viewers for sticking with us. For our Channel 4 viewers just joining us, here is the latest Eye on Your Morning. It's been a week now since Ida knocked out power to most of Southeast Louisiana, and crews have been working for days now to get it back. Nearly 349,000 Entergy customers have had their power restored. At the peak of the outage, more than 900,000 Entergy customers were in the dark. Officials warn that the hardest hit areas like Lafourche, Terrebonne, St. John, and St. Charles could be without electricity for almost a month. More than 80,000 Cleco customers on the North Shore now have electricity in St. Tammany and Washington parishes. That's over 80% of their customers served. Linemen are continuing their work today in Slidell, Abita Springs, Covington, Lacombe, Madisonville, and Mandeville. And checking in on outages in the Washington St. Tammany Electric Co-op, there are just over 8,000 people without power in St. Tammany, about 2,500 at Tangipahoa, and just over 1,300 in Washington Parish. That's roughly 23% of their customers served. After the break, weather expert Peyton Malone has a quick look at the forecast.
All right, our attention is turning from the heat to the rain chances today. We do have a flash flood watch that's been issued for the area, and you can see lots of heavy rain out west. That's heading our direction. It'll get here through the afternoon. So do keep that in mind. We could have some flash flooding across the area, and that'll be mainly this afternoon. Things will wind down a bit more later on tonight. Rain chances still pretty high tomorrow and Wednesday, but here comes the cold front with drier air. Not bringing colder air, but it will feel nicer on Friday and Saturday. More sunshine and highs in the upper 80s.
All right, thanks, Peyton. If you're sticking with us on WUPL, here's what's coming up. If you're not tuned in, here's what you'll miss. 12 senior citizens in nursing homes and senior living facilities have died since Hurricane Ida ravaged the Gulf Coast. 5 of those victims were found this weekend in unfit living conditions. We'll have more details coming up. Well, welcome back to the Eyewitness Morning News on WUPL on this Monday, September 6th, and we have a lot we're still following this morning.
Yeah, including an update on and a timeline on when you might see power restored at your home. So far, the energy map has not been extremely accurate. There are a lot of places that show green, but they are not in fact green yet. So anyway, we'll also take a look at the tropics. We've been following that. First, the big story today is we could see some storms, and we're also under a heat advisory at the same time, Peyton.
Yeah, we're under a heat advisory and a flash flood watch, which means we could see some pretty heavy rainfall later on today. Notice right on our doorstep some pretty heavy rainfall down towards Baton Rouge up through Lafayette. Pretty good storm up in Wilkinson County in Mississippi. And notice we've got some storms popping up down here in St. Mary and into Terrebonne. Parish. So we'll continue to see more showers and storms spread up over the area through the rest of today, and some of it could be on the heavy side. So we're talking about maybe 2 to 3 inches overall, and it could fall in a quick amount of time, and that's just going to lead to street flooding. We also have a lot of debris around. That means drainage is not going to work as good as it could across the area. So we'll need to watch that, and that includes most of our area under that flash flood watch. That goes from noon until 9 p.m. So rain chances will be highest later this morning and through the afternoon, and then should start to drop off later on this evening. And as Eric mentioned, we do have a heat advisory, but we'll be in the upper 80s to low 90s. The bigger story today looks to be the rainfall. Rain chances look to be still pretty high tomorrow and Wednesday, but they'll be dropping as we go into the end of the work week. That's as a cool front moves in, and it is going to bring some much drier air. We'll have a look at that and the latest on the tropics for you in just a little bit, guys.
All right, thank you, Peyton. We start our news this half hour with tragedy regarding nursing homes in New Orleans. 12 senior citizens in nursing homes and senior living facilities have died since Hurricane Ida ravaged through the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, and some of the conditions we've seen have been heart-wrenching. 5 of the victims were found in New Orleans over the weekend when health officials with the city were checking out senior living facilities in town over the weekend. Hundreds of senior citizens were brought to the convention center to be transferred to a shelter in northern Louisiana. Some went to homes, others to hospitals. The sudden evacuations happened nearly a week after Ida hit, as conditions in those apartments turned deadly for some. One woman who lives in one of the nursing homes that was ordered to close over the weekend said that what used to feel like home now feels anything but home.
We haven't had anything. They just started sending water and Gatorade, but we hadn't had none of that since the storm.
They were elderly and they were upstairs with no attention, no care, no water. No one was bringing them ice, no one was bringing them anything. They were just stuck up there, can't fend for themselves, so heat will definitely kill you.
And there are differences in some of the homes we've talked about. In the ones here in New Orleans, those were apartments where a lot of seniors lived. The one in Tangipahoa Parish came from assisted living facilities and were taken to their warehouse in Tangipahoa. 10 senior living facilities were ordered to close here in the city by the city of New Orleans this weekend. Health officials were making wellness checks, but found some senior apartments without air conditioning or adequate medical attention for the residents. Not all the residents were evacuated to a shelter. As we said, some had to be taken to a hospital, and others are staying with family and friends.
Many people, of course, have started to rebuild after Hurricane Ida devastated the area. Duke Carter is live with a few things you need to know when filing your homeowner's claim. Duke, this process can be very difficult.
Very difficult, very tedious for folks who are just trying to get their lives back on track. As you all just been saying throughout the entire morning, that Hurricane Ida just devastated parts of Southeast Louisiana and parts of our viewing area. And so State Insurance Commissioner Jim Donelon is asking those insurers who are responsible for homeowner insurance to be fair with the claim process. He and President Biden have noticed that insurance companies were not paying claims because there was, quote, no mandatory evacuation from city as well as parish leaders. And so Donelon said in a news conference he is urging insurers to pay claims with a voluntary or no evacuation order. He said the issue of mandatory evacuation is specifically about people's safety, not about insurance. Now, Donelon said some companies have already started to waive the mandatory evacuation provision, and the insurance commissioner is asking people to file their claim as soon as possible. The sooner you get an adjuster, the sooner you'll get a reputable contractor and not fall victim to a scam that we would normally get around this time, especially when we've been through devastation. Also, if there are issues, Donelon says call the state office at 1-800-259-5300. Take a listen.
We've had 30 volunteers in our offices in Baton Rouge, which downtown Baton Rouge has had power virtually immediately after the storm. We've had 30 volunteers there answering the calls on behalf of consumers with questions about the hurricane and deductibles and claims and additional living expense. We have been handling 300 such calls per hour for the full week.
So again, any questions or concerns and you don't understand the process, the insurance commissioner, state insurance commissioner, Jim Donelon is asking folks to call this number. Ready for it one more time. We're going to give it to you. 1-800-259-5300. Again, 1-800-259-5300 to take those first steps in getting your life back in order. For now, though, reporting, Duke Carter, Eyewitness News.
All right, Duke, thank you very much, and lots of people have plenty of questions about filing claims. We do have updates on school systems in the area as each district tries to reopen buildings and begin classes again. In St. Bernard Parish, public schools plan to reopen offices and resume classes next Monday. School officials say they're giving parents, students, and staff members who are still without power more time to recover. Jefferson Parish and Orleans Public Schools are closed until further notice. Surrounding parishes have also shut down their schools indefinitely, but provided small updates on recovery. In Lafourche Parish, school officials there are assessing the damages and beginning repairs. They say several schools suffered severe damage. You can imagine Lafourche was really hard hit. School districts in Terrebonne, St. John, and St. Charles parishes are also assessing damages done to some of their schools. They have all reported extensive damage from Hurricane Ida. And lastly, we're told more than half of St. Tammany Parish schools now have power, but damage assessments are still underway. St. Tammany schools say parents will receive at least a 3-day notice before schools reopen. More than 450,000 Energy customers are still without power this morning. And while Energy has assessed 100% of the system, equipment, poles, and lines that were hardest hit in some of the hardest hit areas, it could take weeks to reach and lead to some people not having power for maybe a month.
Addressing the hardest hit areas, our challenges will increase tremendously. This could affect some of the estimated restoration times for those parishes in those hard hit areas.
That means waiting will be the name game in places like Terrebonne, Lafourche, St. John, St. Charles, and other places where Ida spared very little in its damage as it ravaged through those areas. Power poles, lines are sometimes in marshy areas, and they had tons of power lines and power poles down.
We also have an update on power restoration for Cleco customers. More than 80,000 people now have electricity in St. Tammany and Washington parishes. That's more than 80% of their customers. Linemen are continuing their work today in Slidell, Abita Springs, Covington, Lacombe, Madisonville, and Mandeville.
And in the Washington St. Tammany Electric Co-op, there are just over 8,000 people without power in St. Tammany, about 2,500 in Tangipahoa, and just over 1,300 in Washington Parish. That's about 23% of their customers served without power. All right, right now we're at 7:38. Peyton's checking out our forecast. We had a double whammy today.
Yeah, we got heat and rain, and you know, rain is the last thing we need around here, not only because of all the debris around and drainage and roofs, but it could impact, you know, people out there trying to restore power. These things are going to have lightning in them and things like that, maybe some gusty winds at times. So certainly not the ideal setup here, but lots of rainfall to our west. We're going to continue to watch some storms pop up across our area through the rest of the morning and especially through the afternoon. So pretty high chance we see rain today. Could be heavy at times, leading to flash flooding. Some lightning, thunder, some gusty winds also possible, and maybe even a little bit of small hail in those strongest storms, and that'll be mainly through the afternoon. Tomorrow is pretty good chance of rain, Wednesday some rain, and then by Thursday and going into Friday, we transition into a much drier forecast here as we get a cold front moving in. That's going to bring in some drier air. So out in the tropics, it is still fairly busy. We got two systems. Hurricane Larry is a major hurricane heading up close to Bermuda, which is right there. And then we got Invest 91. That's what Larry looks like. It's a big hurricane with a huge eye. It's sitting northeast of the Lesser Antilles, and it's going to stay northeast of the Greater and Lesser Antilles here. It'll be closer to Bermuda by about the Wednesday time frame. Now, the one we're watching closer to home that everyone's been having questions about is Invest 91. There's really not much to it. It's basically stationary at this point, and it's not going to look like much over the next couple of days. It's going to slowly drift to the north here, and then as we go into Wednesday, Thursday, it will be off the Gulf Coast here and then making that northeast turn. That's when it could become a depression or a storm and continue to move towards the Florida Big Bend area. It looks like it will get close enough to our area that we'll probably see some moisture from it and some rainfall. Now, the reason it's going to make that turn, it's going to head to the north and to make that turn, is it's going to get close to this trough. And once it gets closer to that trough, it'll start to feel the influence from these upper level winds, and that's what's going to pull it to the Big Bend and eventually off the east coast of Georgia and South Carolina. So that's why we have it forecasted going away from our area. As I mentioned, though, we will likely at least see some moisture from it in our area. We've already got a lot of moisture right now, but by Tuesday, there's that moisture right on our doorstep. Continuing into Wednesday, it'll be pretty close, though. There's going to be a sharp dividing line on that really tropical moisture and then some drier air. We'll see. But right now, we do have it close enough to give us some moisture and rain. And then by Thursday, things winding down. By Friday, we are completely dry. There's the cold front moving on through, and it gives us a nice push of much drier air. Notice, not going to be a cold front. It's early September. They typically aren't that strong with regard to temperature differences, but the drier air is certainly going to bring a difference. So there you are. Rain chances pretty high through Wednesday. By Thursday will be a transition day. I think we'll be mostly dry by the end of Thursday. Friday looks mostly sunny with highs in the upper 80s. The mornings and overnight hours are actually going to feel pretty nice as well. And we'll stick around with that as we go into Saturday. Even Sunday looks pretty dry too.
Thanks, Peyton. 7:41 now. Still to come on the Eyewitness Morning News. We're speaking with State Fire Marshal Butch Browning Jr. About staying safe as power continues to be restored in our viewing area.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of the Hurricane Ida aftermath.
It's 7:45 this morning. We're talking with the state fire marshal via Zoom, who is imploring people to be careful when they use those portable generators. Louisiana Fire Marshal Butch Browning is with us on Zoom, and we have seen so many deaths, not in just this storm, but other storms prior to this, of people using those portable generators. And there is a difference between the professionally whole house installed generators and the portable generators that people buy to use for powering a refrigerator or something.
Sure, absolutely. We are really putting a significant call out right now because there is a misunderstanding about the two. First off, the portable generators, many people have turned to those generators. We remind you they must be 20 feet away from your home, pointing downwind, not near cracks in your home like door openings, window openings, vent openings. You need to make sure that you give that generator that 20-minute cool down period to refill it. And of course, having a working carbon monoxide detector in your home. We know the carbon monoxide gases are deadly. Can't smell them, can't see them. They put you into a deep, deep sleep, and many people don't wake up. We've already had 5 deaths in this storm from carbon monoxide, and fire departments are running a number of carbon monoxide alarms and venting people's homes and making it safe. But the real call to action right now, we've discovered that the in-home generators, those permanently mounted generators, people believe that they are completely safe and do not need attention. That is not true. We're finding numerous carbon monoxide alarms where these generators, because they're running for such a long time, you may have carbon monoxide vapors seeping into your home.
And what do you do to prevent that? Because a lot of times those are closer than 20 feet from your home.
Right. So the manufacturer's installation allows them to be close to your home. But we're telling people right now, if you have that in-home generator, number one, maybe twice a day, turn it off, open the windows and doors to your home, vent your home, and make sure there's no vapors in there. Certainly have a working carbon monoxide detector in your home. But if that alarm goes off, you need to shut the generator down. But maybe try and get a hold to your manufacturer's specifications and get a responsible party, someone that is qualified to interpret that, and make sure, in fact, that permanent generator was installed properly. We're finding that some are not installed properly.
And have you had any deaths from those whole house generators as opposed to those portable generators people buy?
Not yet. And the reason being is we're finding most of the people with in-home generators have a carbon monoxide alarm. That is what's made a difference. So whatever you're using, the carbon monoxide alarm is your first line of defense. And
you're suggesting carbon monoxide, whether you have a generator or not, it's good to have that carbon monoxide alarm in your home.
Yeah, so carbon monoxide, comes from fueled fired things like a gas heater, a gas stove, pilot lights. But typically, those devices don't put out lethal amounts of carbon monoxide, where a generator does. So now that we're running a machine, a mechanical device in the area of your home, that carbon monoxide detector is very important because lethal amounts can happen real quickly. Typically, we see carbon monoxide poisoning causes illnesses and long-term sicknesses, and then sometimes death. In this case, these levels are so lethal that within hours, people are succumbing to this carbon monoxide.
Yeah, and especially it happens a lot of times at night when people are sleeping and they don't realize what's going on.
Exactly. So again, I think right now is a call to action. If you're using the portable generators, follow those safety tips. If you have this in-home generator, don't think that you're immune from danger. Have it looked at, make sure it's installed properly. And again, give it some cool down time. I mean, some of these generators have been running, I guess, 8 days now.
Oh yeah, at least. So, and you do suggest cooling them down once a day or so?
Yes, I would say twice a day. And many of these generators now, because they've been running so long, they're going to need maintenance. They're going to need a simple oil change and things of that nature.
Okay, Butch, we appreciate the tips on that. And then just check on both those in-home, those total home, and those portable generators. They can both be dangerous. All right. Thank you very much. Right now, 7:50. Let's get over to Peyton.
Yeah, just tremendously important information there. All right, what we're going to be dealing with today is watching the threat for heavy rainfall. We've already got showers and storms popping up down here in lower parts of the bayou parishes. We've got a few showers and storms just north of Kentwood up into the Macomb area and Wilkinson County, and then lots of rain out west. So we'll be looking at our rain chances increasing as we go through today. We do have that flash flood watch. It goes from noon until 9 p.m. That'll be the main time frame on when we could see that heaviest rain that could lead to some flooding across the area. Looks like our rain chances stay pretty elevated tomorrow and Wednesday. That's as tropical moisture from our tropical wave down in the Gulf moves on through. Does not look like significant development with that, and it looks like it's going to stay mainly to our east in the Florida Panhandle and off towards Big Bend. But I think we'll see at least some showers. And as we go to Thursday, drier air moving in. Friday, Saturday, mostly dry and mostly sunny. Highs in the upper 80s.
Today marks the 5th day of the temporary evacuation of more than 70 homeless animals from the North Shore Humane Society. The organization is still without power and fresh water from the aftermath of Hurricane Ida.
And while the animals remain safe and without proper housing, with proper housing, the Humane Society is still looking to make back losses from the closure of their community clinic. So right now they're asking for donations to balance the costs. Those can be made on the North Shore Humane Society's Facebook page or by texting the word IDA to 26989.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of people who are trying to help animals. We saw that with the Dolphin over in Slidell.
Sure, and then the Louisiana SPCA has so many people. I think they've had over 100 people call because they evacuated without their pet, thinking they wouldn't be gone this long. And so you can head to their website for resources and how they can help you out if you did that.
All right, good. All right, we have lots more coming up in the next half hour of the Eyewitness Morning News. Restaurants are some of them coming back after the storm. They could face some financial trouble while waiting for their jobs to reopen. We have more on that coming up at 8 o'clock.
I'm Sheba Turk. Thank you to our WUPL viewers for sticking with us. For our Channel 4 viewers just joining us, here's the latest on your morning. Lights are back on for almost half of Entergy customers in New Orleans, but it could still be weeks for the areas hardest hit by Ida, like Lower Jefferson and St. John parishes. Ida did some serious damage there, and the company says it's some of the worst they've ever seen, even worse than Katrina. We have a list of estimated restoration times by neighborhood on our website at WWL-TV.com. 10 senior living facilities in New Orleans were shut down over the weekend. The Department of Health reported several residents have died. Officials performing wellness checks found rooms without air conditioning or adequate medical care for residents. It comes after 800 senior home residents from around the state were taken to an overcrowded warehouse on the North Shore, where 6 of them died.
All right, and I wish I had better weather for you Monday, but we are looking at pretty high rain chances. We have a flash flood watch in effect, which means we could see some pretty heavy rainfall later on today that could lead to some flooding, and that will include most of our area. Most of the rain right now is to our west, but that will be spreading up over us through the rest of today. So do plan for some rainfall. And of course, the last thing we need at this point. Rain chances remain pretty high through Wednesday, but then here comes the cold front. Notice it's not really going to bring colder air, but it'll bring much drier air by late Thursday going into Friday and parts of the weekend.
Thank you, Peyton. If you're sticking with us on WUPL, here's what's coming up. If you're not tuned in, here's what you'll miss. A local nonprofit is lending a hand to hospitality workers, how you can help if you're out of a job because of Ida. Well, it is Labor Day, so major highways will likely be filled with people making their way across the country on this holiday. Back home, of course, for people in Louisiana after Ida. Thousands of people will be using this day to clean up and file insurance claims for damages sustained from the hurricane. So our Drew Carter will have some help with that difficult process coming up in our 8 o'clock hour. Welcome.
Labor Day does not feel like Labor Day at all.
Absolutely not. And we were just saying we didn't know if the insurance companies would be open to take calls if you had to file a claim today. So hopefully we can get some information on that. But thank you guys for joining us for the Eyewitness Morning News at 8 o'clock on this Monday, September 6th.
Yeah, we have lots coming up. It's been a long week for all of us. We're going into week number 2. Some folks are going to really be, down in the lower parishes by the coast. They're going to be dealing with this for a much longer time than we will. Yeah. Let's get over to Peyton, and they could see some rain today. We'll all be under a heat advisory. It's kind of the worst of both worlds.
Yeah, unfortunately, the weather's not going to be fantastic today, so hopefully this doesn't really slow down any power restorations, but it could, with regard to lightning and thunder across the area and some heavy rainfall here and there. Notice we do have some spotty downpours developing down in the lower parts of the bayou parishes. We've got some pretty intense storms just north of Kentwood up into St. Helena Parish, and we'll be watching this increase across our area through the rest of the afternoon. So there's going to be a chance of rainfall today. Pretty high. We have a flash flood watch on top of the heat advisory, so we'll be watching for some downpours that could lead to some flooding here and there, and your highs are in the low 90s when it's not raining. So the rain chance is definitely there today. It looks like our rain chances are high all the way through Wednesday, and then some improvements for you with a cold front on the way as we go into the end of the work week. So we'll talk more about that, and we're going to have the latest on the tropics in just a little bit, guys.
Thank you, Peyton. A couple of hours ago, modified RTA bus routes resumed service. Yesterday, the RTA announced restoration of all bus routes to a modified schedule beginning today at 6. Buses will also run on the Canal and St. Charles streetcar lines. Service will run daily 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
More crews are also trying to get power to all residents. So far, about 80% of Cleco residents up in St. Tammany Parish have electricity. The utility company's latest updates indicates that most, if not all, customers should have power before Wednesday. That's good news for them.
And we run several reports of looting throughout this time. Livingston Parish Sheriff's arrested 31-year-old Amanda Addison and 28-year-old Victor Placker. They are in jail this morning after they were caught stealing from a business and for simple criminal damage to property. This happened in Denham Springs. 24 others were arrested over the weekend in Livingston Parish for violating curfew. And if you or someone you know needs somewhere to live while waiting for repairs or recovery, FEMA is loosening some of its requirements for help. So normally, people would receive hotel room assistance if their home was damaged in the storm. This time around, though, FEMA is also approving hotel assistance for people who lost power, especially because we're under a heat advisory. You can receive help through the Expedited Rental Assistance Program, which provides funds for 1 month to applicants who report a loss of essential utilities like power, or you can receive help through FEMA's Transitional Sheltering Program, which pays hotels directly for your stay. These are not separate applications. You just need to apply through disasterassistance.gov, and then FEMA will determine what you qualify for based on your application.
Also today, residents 65 years and older who need assistance registering with FEMA can call the Department of Health and Human Services. That number is at the bottom of your screen, so we'll keep it up so you can write it down. Help is available from 8 this morning, so it started just about 3 minutes ago, and it goes on till 5 this afternoon.
And since Hurricane Ida hit, 12 senior citizens in nursing homes and senior living facilities have died. 5 of the victims were found this weekend when health officials with the city of New Orleans were checking out senior living facilities. Our Asha Staples has been following developments in this story for us, and it's just devastating news, Asha.
It really is, and right behind me you can see some of the residents here at St. John Birchman stepped out of the front of this facility, assuming to try to get some fresh air. I was here yesterday and saw a similar scene, but again, St. John Birchman's Manor is one of those 10 senior living facilities that the city ordered to close this past weekend. But I found yesterday also on my visit that there's still about 90 residents that have not left this building, and health officials were making wellness checks but found some senior apartments without air conditioning or even adequate medical attention for the residents. And this all unfolding days after more than 800 nursing home residents who evacuated to a warehouse in Independence had to relocate. The warehouse was described as overcrowded, hot, and unsanitary. 7 residents did die in connection to that incident. As for these folks in this facility, residents tell me it's their home and they don't want to leave in fear of further mistreatment and pleading for help. New Orleans City Councilman Jay Banks also making that same plea.
It definitely was a water intrusion in addition to having the heat. And when I tell you, you could bake in there. It was that hot. It was absolutely miserable. So I don't want to lay blame on anybody because I don't know who is actually responsible. What I do know is that whoever is responsible needs to be held accountable, and we need to make sure we've got systems in place to ensure that this never happens again.
And all 7 nursing homes involved were shut down. We do have a list of those on our website as well as right here on your screen. Meantime, the Louisiana Department of Children and Family Services is launching Connect, a way for families to relocate loved ones who evacuated from Hurricane Ida to a state shelter. Alternatively, families can fill out a form online to reach out to loved ones who may be in state shelters. And we do have all of that information for you on our website, WWL-TV.com. For now, reporting live in New Orleans, Asha Staples, Eyewitness News.
Just days after President Biden visited Louisiana, he'll be heading to the Northeast to see the damage left by remnants of Hurricane Ida. He'll be visiting New York and New Jersey tomorrow. They were hit really hard by the remnants of the storm. 68 deaths are now connected to that storm, most of them in the Northeast. The enhanced federal unemployment benefits, which includes a $300 bonus, are set to expire today. The benefits were issued last year under, well, they're moving stuff around. Anyway, they're expiring today. We'll have more on that coming up in a few minutes. Sheba?
That's right. The original $600 boost was actually extended twice under President Biden's American Rescue Plan. Governors across the country opted out of those benefits because they felt it discouraged people from going back to work. All right, and still ahead, while many restaurants remain closed because of Hurricane Ida, hospitality workers are having a tough time making ends meet. We'll tell you how an organization is stepping up to relieve their financial burden. All right, let's get over to Peyton now.
All right, good morning. It is 8:07 here. We're going to be tracking some showers and thunderstorms today, and we have a pretty good shot of seeing the rain across the area. So that is certainly something we need to keep an eye on. Heaviest of the rain right now is just to the north of us, up into southwest Mississippi. We've got a few spotty showers and storms popping up down there in the lower parts of Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes. And then once you go off towards the west, it's much more widespread with your showers and thunderstorms. So the general, idea is that showers and storms continue to develop area-wide today, and our rain chances will be pretty high. Flash flood watch has been issued, and remember, a watch just means the environment is favorable, or the ingredients are there to get some pretty heavy rainfall, and that'll be mainly through the afternoon. 70% chance of rain today. I think we'll still have rain around tomorrow, and then decreasing rain chances towards the end of the week, with Thursday and Friday being pretty dry. That's as a cold front is going to move on in. Now, the cold front's not going to bring colder air, but it is going to bring some much drier air and really improve things as we go into the end of the week and the weekend. So here's the latest on the tropics. We've got Hurricane Larry. Larry is a big hurricane. It's had a lot of time out there to just grow in size. Major Category 3, it's going to be close near Bermuda. You can see Bermuda right there, and that'll be within the next couple of days. Invest 91 is the one closer to home and the one everyone's been checking in on. Now, here's the latest on it. We'll be looking at a lot of, or not a whole lot going on with it right now. It's barely moving. It's basically stationary, and it's not going to be doing much anytime soon. Now, it's going to be lifting to the north very slowly today and tomorrow. By Wednesday, it'll be sitting south of Louisiana and Mississippi here, close to us, but just south of us. And that's when it's going to have a better chance of trying to spin up here as it moves into a more favorable environment. So the wind shear right now is still pretty high in the Gulf. And notice there's hardly any showers and storms with it. But as it gets to the north, that's when it'll have a better chance of trying to organize some. And then it'll make its way north and east. So it'll be moving to the north, and then it'll make that northeast turn and head up towards the Big Bend of Florida here. And then it'll even have a chance to maybe reorganize some as it sits off the coast of South Carolina and Georgia by early next week. So this is where the main impact, or where you're expecting the main impacts from the system. Now, as it moves to the north, it will be close enough to us that we will likely feel at least some moisture, but it'll be making that turn as it moves towards us. So there's still a big question on how much of that moisture do we actually feel across our area. So here's where it's at right now. There's it is. It's being pulled to the north. It's eventually going to start to interact with this trough that's digging down, and these troughs will pull these things up and steer it to the north and east. So that's why as it gets further north, it'll start to feel the influence of this more, and it'll start to make that more northeast turn and then right up with that trough away from southeast Louisiana and south Mississippi. So we'll start to see that moisture and whatever is with it go along. So while we don't really expect an intense storm, it is possible we get a depression at some point south of us and maybe even a tropical storm, but then that's when it will start to make that turn. As I mentioned, even though it'll make that turn, we'll probably see at least some moisture. There's still some question on how much though. So watch the deep tropical moisture here. This, what we got over us today, is not associated with the tropics. There it is moving through the north by Tuesday. By Wednesday, sitting just to the south of us, or Tuesday and Wednesday sitting to the south of us. That's when we could have some of that higher moisture in our area. But then just to the north of us may not see much of rainfall from this. So it'll be a kind of a dividing line across our area. Then it moves to the north and east. It moves up towards the Big Bend area. Here comes our cold front, and then the moisture's gone by Thursday afternoon. So really, early Thursday, we might still have some rain. By late Thursday, I think we're dry. And then Friday, we got great weather moving on in with that cold front. As I mentioned, this is going to be a September cold front, so it's not going to be dumping, or it's not going to be bringing any colder air, but it's going to bring some drier air. So you'll be looking at some nicer feeling conditions across the area, which means the overnight hours will feel a little bit better. The mornings will be nice, the evenings will be nice, the afternoons, yeah, it'll be hot in the sunshine, but in the shade, probably not going to be too bad, and our temperatures look like they'll stay in the upper 80s. So a nice relief on what, we've been dealing with the heat and humidity, and a lot of people obviously still aren't going to have power in some parts of our area, in the hardest hit areas, as we go through the next 7 days. So we got some relief there, but unfortunately today,
It's 8:12. Energy now says that they have got more than 400,000 people back up in power. That's about half of the people, or half of the customers who are without power. That's the good news. The bad news is a lot of people are still in the dark and still waiting for their power to come on. Jordan Howington from one of our sister stations has the latest update on the progress being made by Energy. And, if your power's on, it's great. If not, you're going, whoa, please get it on.
Absolutely. Some people are having to hang in there and be patient. But, anywhere you drive in Southeast Louisiana, you're going to see power crews out here working to get those lights restored. And it's no different here in New Orleans East along Chef Highway. You can see the power, or the traffic signal lights are out as well. And so we've seen crews out here all morning up and down this highway working to get this area restored. And we do know just Entergy alone, they have a workforce of 26,000 people on the ground working to get that restored. And again, Entergy has restored power to nearly 50% of New Orleans. That's 103,000 customers. And the majority of customers should have lights on by Wednesday. But again, some of the hardest hit areas in Southeast Louisiana won't receive power until the end of the month. But that is a tricky situation because in places like Lower Jefferson and St. John parishes, power poles and lines can sometimes be in marshy areas.
In regards to some of those harder hit areas down in the bayou, we are certainly working to secure specialized equipment such as airboats, track machines, because we certainly will need that to be successful in our restoration.
Entergy tells us they are prioritizing gas stations, pharmacies, and grocery stores so people can go out and get those essential items that they need. And if you're wondering when power is going to be restored in your area, you can go to our website. We have a list of those power restoration times on our website at WWL-TV.com. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much. The Louisiana Hospitality Foundation has done great work over the years. They're trying now to help hospitality workers deal with the financial hardships that they've been suffering through from, COVID and Hurricane Ida. It's called the Louisiana Hospitality Foundation Fund. Executive Director Jennifer Kelly is joining us now with more on that. And as I was saying, you guys have done a lot of great work over the years, and you do try to help out folks in the hospitality industry.
Yes, so we are here to provide financial assistance when a hospitality worker has an emergency. Obviously, weather-related emergencies are things that we can help with, but we also see house fires, medical emergencies, and injuries and things of that nature.
And you also helped with a lot of folks during COVID, too. I mean, COVID took a real big toll on the hospitality industry.
Absolutely. Last spring, when we were completely shut down and people had nowhere to go for income, we were able to step up and be one of the first organizations on the ground providing financial assistance. We partnered with the United Way of Southeast Louisiana to help over 4,800 hospitality workers with basic living expenses.
And you know, a lot of restaurants were just getting back into the swing of things, a lot of hotels, things like that. Then all of a sudden this storm comes and, you know, we're dealing with a fourth surge of COVID and then this horrific storm. So what can you do for folks in the hospitality industry?
Yeah, we're raising money right now to continue the work that we've been doing for many years, helping hospitality workers with rent payments, utility payments. It's basic living expenses that don't go away when an emergency turns your life upside down. So that's what we're doing right now, is asking for support from the community. No donation is too small. And then if you are a hospitality worker in need, we have an application on our website where you can start the process to request for help.
And sometimes people forget just how big the hospitality industry is here and how many people it takes to keep restaurants, hotels, and other things running.
Yeah, we don't have a true statistic of how many are impacted by Ida. You know, we're technically a statewide charity. And if you just think about the 25 parishes identified by FEMA, it's going to be hundreds of thousands of households that are going to need help. I'm not sure that we're big enough to be able to help everybody, but we want to help as many people as we can. And that's why we're asking for any financial donations. $10, $20. If you have a business and you want to provide a portion of proceeds from sales, we're looking for all the help we can get, because this is going to be a problem for many months to come for people, because the bills don't go away when the emergency occurs.
And, you know, a lot of people may not know this, but the restaurant industry has been such a major force in helping with charity work over the years. You know, they dedicate funding, they cook food, they help out when disaster strikes, they raise money for different charities. I mean, it does a lot.
Absolutely. Our industry is known for being hospitable and there to help. We help other charities, not just our own. Our restaurants and hotels and bars have, and suppliers, the supply chain, have been the secret sauce of keeping our organization afloat for so long. Now we're asking people outside of our industry, if they're able to help, to consider giving our organization your consideration.
All right, so quickly, Jennifer, how do people get a hold of you guys?
We're best to reach online right now, louisianahospitality.org. That's Louisiana, all spelled out, hospitality.org.
All right, Jennifer, thank you very much, and hope a lot of stuff comes in to help all those people.
Thank you.
Right now we're at 8:18, and Peyton is checking our forecast.
Yeah, let's get a check at the 7-day forecast here and kind of what we're looking at over the next 7 days. Unfortunately, the weather's not going to be great today. We do have a flash flood watch, which means heavy rainfall this afternoon could lead to some areas of flooding. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. We also have a heat advisory for the area, as it will be hot and humid when it's not raining, but I think we'll have enough rain today that'll help out at least with the temperature situation. Now, tomorrow and Wednesday, we're going to get some of that tropical moisture from Invest 91 in here. Rain chances will still be pretty high tomorrow, still elevated on Wednesday, and that'll keep our temperatures in the upper 80s. By Thursday, transition day. Here we go. We got a big cold front moving on in. That will dry us on out as we go into the end of Thursday. And then as we head into Friday and the weekend, much better weather moving back in, upper 80s for your highs, low humidity, and lots of sunshine.
All right, thank you very much, Peyton. The moments after a natural disaster can be overwhelming, with storm cleanup and recovery at the top of mind. Hurricane Ida victims are extra vulnerable, as scammers see this as a perfect time to exploit people. Joining us now with what you need to look out for is Cynthia Albert from the Better Business Bureau. Ms. Cynthia, always great to see you, and this is a big concern for folks as they try to get their properties and homes fixed up quickly.
Absolutely. This is a really bad time, as we all know, for many people. And what everybody has to watch out for are the con artists. This is the people that actually are in their glory when something like this happens. There are contractors, so to speak, that they're called storm chasers, and they'll go from disaster to disaster, conning people. And that's what we really have to be very careful of by checking these people out. If someone comes to your door, and I'm not saying every single one would be bad, but that's why you have to check them out. You call your Better Business Bureau, you make sure they have a license, get a contract, no matter what they say, and do not turn over all your insurance money, because if you do, then you really have no recourse. You should not give them more than 10% up front. Remember that, because I've heard lately, and of course after many other disasters, that some of the con artists tell you that if you do it right now, give me the whole check, I'll make sure I do yours first. And everybody's very anxious to get back to where they were.
Definitely.
So
people are moving so quickly. That's what makes everybody so susceptible to scams. We don't have much more time this morning, Miss Cynthia, so please tell us where people can get more information as they're trying to get their homes fixed.
Okay, absolutely. You can call your Better Business Bureau. It's 504-581-6222, and you can click on scams. And also BBB Scam Trackers, a very good tool. You don't want to forget about that, because you'll be able to see what scams have already happened. So
right.
Please use
We are out of time, Miss Cynthia. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we'll be right back. Stick with us. I'm Sheba Turk. Thanks for watching us on WUPL and Channel 4 this morning. Here's the latest Eye on Your Morning. The Louisiana Department of Health says that several senior living facility residents have died in New Orleans since Hurricane Ida. It closed down 10 of those facilities over the weekend, saying that inspectors found rooms without air conditioning and adequate medical care. The Department of Children and Family Services is launching Connect. It's a way for families to relocate loved ones who evacuated to a state shelter. They can also fill out an online form, and you can find that all on our website, WWL-TV.com. We're getting a better idea of the damage Ida did in Southeast Louisiana. This is some new video of Lafitte. Streets there are still flooded, and you can see mud caking roads and even inside of homes. Also, trees and power poles are snapped, and of course, Peyton, one of the hardest hit areas there.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the weather's not going to be cooperating today for any, recovery or cleaning up or power restoration. We'd have a pretty good chance of showers and thunderstorms. Notice lots of rainfall out west and a lot of heavy rainfall down in the south of Lafayette. Some storms popping up down here in lower parts of Lafourche and Terrebonne, and a few downpours now moving into northern parts of Washington, just north of Mount Hermon and Franklinton, and probably hearing some lightning and thunder up there. So we'd have a pretty good shot of rainfall today. This will be moving in throughout the day. Flash flooding will be our main concern with all this. Not moving all that fast. There's a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, and these will be efficient rainmakers. So anywhere between 2 to 3 inches looks like a guarantee for a lot of people, but a few places could pick up more than that. So just keep that in mind. Any debris that's blocking any drainage systems this morning, if you can clear it out, I would. That'll only help us out, but there's a lot of debris across the area. So rain chances high through the afternoon, and as we go into this evening, things will start to wind on down, and then more rain in the forecast tomorrow and Wednesday. So the rain today just associated with non-tropical things, but tomorrow and Wednesday, our rain chances will be still around because of that tropical moisture coming in from the Gulf of Mexico disturbance. Still doesn't look like anything major for us, but at this point, we really don't need any additional rainfall. As we go into Thursday, that'll be a transition day. We'll be looking at temperatures still around 90. It'll be warm, it'll be humid, but we'll see the lower humidity starting to creep on in. Then by Friday, cold front is through. We'll see lots of sunshine, less humid, and upper 80s.
Here's what we're following on WUPL and WWL. Getting insurance money after a natural disaster can be tough. We'll break down how to talk to your insurance companies following Ida. I'm saying.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Eyewitness Morning News on this Monday, September 6th. Thanks for joining us on Channel 4 and WUPL.
And it is a holiday. It is Labor Day, but for most people in this area, that holiday will mean work, cleaning up, dealing with the heat in many cases, and also rain today, Peyton.
Yeah, unfortunately, rain chances are pretty high today. Now, we do have the heat advisory, but the bigger story is probably going to be our flash flood watch, which means we could see some heavy rain later on today. It's certainly something we're going to keep an eye on. Notice how wet it is out west. Once you get to St. Mary Parish, rain really starts to pick up over towards Lafayette. We got a lot of heavy rainfall moving in through Wilkinson and now getting closer to our viewing area here up towards Kentwood. We've also got a pretty good storm developing north of Mount Hermon and Franklinton up in Washington Parish. And then there's some downpours down here in lower Jefferson, lower Lafourche, and lower Terrebonne. So we do think we're going to start to see more showers and storms across the area through the afternoon, and that's why we have our flash flood watch. They're not going to be moving terribly fast, and there's a lot of moisture. You couple all that together, you get the ingredients for what we call efficient rainmakers, which mean they can dump a lot of rainfall in a short amount of time. So certainly going to have to watch for that today. If you're not getting rainfall, it will be hot and humid, but as I mentioned, I think rain will be our main story here. Rain chance is still pretty high tomorrow and Wednesday, and then as we go into the end of the week, we get a cool front moving on through. Our tropical system, Invest 91, is gone, and we'll be looking at some nicer weather heading into late Thursday and going into Friday, guys.
All right, thank you, Peyton. The Islamic Circle of North America is hosting a supply giveaway on the West Bank today. They're giving away food, water, baby supplies, clothing, and bedding. The distribution is located at 1528 Pietro Court in Harvey. That will run from 10 this morning until 2.
And in hard-hit St. John Parish, Denny's is supplying hot food to people. Their mobile relief diner began serving breakfast to families who were affected by Hurricane Ida, and there was a lot of them over there. That started about 30 minutes ago. The mobile kitchen will settle in LaPlace for at least 2 days to help bring some food and comfort to people there who are dealing with so much from this storm. It's happening today at 1420 West Airline Highway.
And a week after Ida, Many people are still dealing with the aftermath and a familiar pain, preparing to fight with an insurance company.
Yeah, most cities were not under a mandatory evacuation order before the storm, and that could affect just how your insurance handles your claim. But there's a push to get people a fair shake. President Biden was hoping that he could talk to insurance companies and nudge them into helping people. Duke Carter has more on that right now. Duke?
Hey, good morning, Eric and Sheba. Yeah, pretty much you have President Biden who mentioned to insurance company that they should pay the claims whether it was a mandatory or a voluntary, whether it was not a mandatory evacuation and it was a voluntary evacuation in place. And so you have the state insurance commissioner, Jim Donellan, who says he wants to make sure people are just not bogged down with that process. And so he is following President Biden's push to make sure insurers pays those claims as well. And so, again, want to show you all some video at this time. Now, he and President Biden have noticed that insurance companies are not paying claims because there was no mandatory evacuation in place. And Jim Donellan said in a news conference that he is urging insurers to pay claims. He said the issue of a mandatory evacuation is not about insurance. Instead, it should be about people's safety. And Donellan said some companies have already started to waive the mandatory evacuation provision. Take a listen.
People had to get out of harm's way in a very short period of time. And this circumstance certainly dictated that kind of action by our local leaders. I concur, and on Friday I issued a bulletin urging the insurers to do as the President suggested and as I'm requesting, and not impose that requirement of a mandatory evacuation order. So far I've heard about 3 companies.
So the insurance commissioner, again, is asking people to file their claim as soon as possible, because the sooner you can get an adjuster, the sooner you'll get a reputable contractor and not fall victim to a scam. And so also, if there are questions or if there are concerns or any issues that you may run into, the insurance commissioner is asking you all to call the state office at 1-800-259-5300. Again, 1-800-259-5300. For now, though, reporting Duke Carter, Eyewitness News.
Thank you very much, Duke. 12 senior citizens in nursing homes and senior living facilities have died since Ida made landfall. 5 of the victims were found over the weekend here in the city when New Orleans health officials were checking out senior living facilities in the area. 2 victims were found at the Flint Goodrich Apartments in the Milan area. Another victim was found at the Nazareth Inn 1 and 2 in New Orleans East. 1 victim was found at the Christopher Inn, that's in the Marigny, and another at the Annunciation Inn in the 7th Ward. Health officials were making wellness checks on those folks, but found that some senior apartments were without air conditioning or adequate medical attention for some of the people living there. The devastating discoveries forced the city to close 10 senior living facilities, including the ones we just mentioned. City Councilman J.H. Banks and a relative of a senior resident in one of those apartments shared their frustration after visiting one of those apartment buildings.
When I tell you, you could bake in there. It was that hot. It was absolutely miserable.
They just left them to fend for themselves, elderly people. I am very upset.
This all came just days after more than 800 nursing home residents were evacuated from their nursing home facilities to a warehouse in Independence, and then they had to be evacuated again. The warehouse was described as overcrowded, hot, and unsanitary. 7 residents died because of conditions there. All 7 nursing homes involved in that investigation have since been shut down. Not all the residents went to a shelter. Some had to be hospitalized. Right now, we're coming up on 8:35, and Peyton's checking out the forecast for us today. It is.
Yeah, it's still going to be hot, but really the story is going to be the rainfall today. And the rain, of course, helps it be a little bit cooler, but we don't need rain. We've got a lot of damage still in our drainage system. We've got a lot of debris around and things like that. We're thinking a widespread 2 to 3 inches seems like a good bet, but a few places we'll see more than that, maybe over 4 inches. Very efficient rainmakers. There's a lot of moisture in the atmosphere. It's not going to take much for this to add up pretty quickly, and they're not moving that fast, so that's why we're going to have that flooding risk. Right now, it's mainly down here in St. Mary Parish where we've got the heaviest storms, but we do have some showers and storms developing down here in lower parts of Jefferson, lower Lafourche, lower Terrebonne. Even got a pretty good storm up north in kind of the Mountain Herman area, north of Franklinton and Washington Parish. And not a whole lot going on locally for a lot of us, but out west there is quite a bit of rainfall. So rain chances will definitely be high today. We'll go with about a 70% chance. That'll be through the afternoon. Tomorrow, still a pretty good chance of rain. And then Wednesday, still some rain around. But by Thursday, things improving. And then by Friday, I think we're completely dry and we're dealing with mostly sunny skies and less humid air is on the way. So we will have a cold front move on through about Thursday. And that cold front's going to do a couple things for us that we're excited about. The drier air, yes, no rainfall, but also it's going to help keep this tropical invest away from us. So you can see there's Larry. Larry stay out in the Atlantic. It's a big hurricane. It'll get closer to Bermuda over the next couple of days. We're watching Invest 91. And Invest 91 right now is not much of anything. The center is kind of somewhere in here, but all the moisture and storms are over here. So that'll be lifting up to the north. But as it gets closer to the northern Gulf Coast here, it's going to start to make a northeast turn and head up towards the Big Bend of Florida. That's when it'll have a very low chance of maybe becoming a depression. It looks like wind shear is just going to be too much for this thing. It just doesn't look like it's going to be in a good environment. Yes, it's going to bring a lot of moisture up. It's going to bring some rainfall to some areas, but it does not look like it's going to blow up into a giant hurricane. We just don't have the right ingredients for that. But the reason we're expecting this to turn, heading to the north, but as it gets closer to this trough, which it digs down, it's going to start to feel the influence from these winds, and that's what's going to turn it more to the north and east, and it'll move up along the Florida area and then kind of off the coast of Georgia and South Carolina. So the big question for us is how close does that moisture actually get? Looks like some of that moisture from this could get to us by Tuesday and Wednesday. And then by Thursday, that moisture is already pulling away. And here comes the cold front. That's the drier air. And that is going to bring us some better weather as we head into the end of the week. So we got to get through the next 3 days. It still looks like we'll have a pretty good shot of rain tomorrow. Wednesday, I think it's going to be a little bit hit or miss. It just depends on how close that moisture gets to us. We might be on the side where we just don't see much rainfall on Wednesday. We'll see. Still a few storms on Thursday, but not nearly as much. And I think by Thursday afternoon, we'll get enough dry air that we probably won't see any rainfall on the back end of Thursday. Friday, much nicer. And while we're calling it a cold front, it is technically a cold front. It's not going to really bring any colder air. It'll drop us into the upper 80s. It'll be less humid though. So those upper 80s are going to feel like the upper 80s. It'll be nice outside in the shade. The overnight hours are going to be nice and comfortable. We'll see the 60s on the North Shore on both nights, and overall much better weather through the weekend. But we do have to get through the next couple of days where we'll be watching the potential for some heavy rain.
Thank you, Peyton. It's 8:37 now. Chevron is partnering with several organizations to donate millions to Hurricane Ida victims.
We'll explain who they're partnering with and how that money will be distributed to people. That's all coming up after the break.
8:41 now. Chevron announced that it is making a commitment of $3 million to support relief and recovery efforts underway in the communities affected by Hurricane Ida. Leah Brown, the public affairs manager for Chevron's Gulf of Mexico business unit, is joining us this morning with more on this generous donation. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So many people need assistance at this time. I mentioned that $3 million there, a lot of money. Kind of be more specific about how you guys are going to help folks with that.
Yeah, so clearly the impacts of the storm are being felt by many, and so we wanted to provide some immediate funding to local and national groups to try and help those that were impacted most. I can tell you a little bit about 3 of the groups that we've funded for now. Team Rubicon is one wonderful group started by veterans. They are on the ground. They were staged prior to the storm and really kind of go out there and help folks doing things like cutting down trees, helping to clear roads. Just really helping in our communities kind of wherever individuals need that help and support. And then, of course, the Red Cross. Every disaster, the Red Cross deploys hundreds of volunteers. And so, you know, they kind of are in every parish, every community, wherever you see things happening and people needing help. And then locally, we also have Catholic charities. You know, some of our smaller communities don't have the larger nonprofit organizations that can stand up recovery and relief efforts. So we've worked with them, especially down in our Bayou region, to help ensure that funding is getting to every place within our community with the storm-touched individuals.
Great. And you partner with those organizations, I imagine, because they're already doing this work. They know how to get it into the hands of the people who really need it.
Yes, and I did list those 3, but know that there are many others. We know we have groups like Second Harvest and Bayou Community Foundation and North Shore Community Foundation. So those organizations quickly stood up funds and are working to try and ensure that, you know, where those household needs are going to be unmet, they're working with folks to try and address some of those things.
Definitely. We're speaking with Chevron. Gas, of course, one of the big issues during this. I understand that you guys have donated some fuel, though, as well.
We have. So, you know, clearly we all know of the fueling supply issues that are going on. And so we have also been doing gas donations across the Southeast area. They were in St. Tammany yesterday. We've been down in Terrebonne, Lafourche. So as of yesterday evening, we'd given about 48,000 gallons of gasoline, and really working with those local and federal partners at the different pods that have been set up in the region. So collaborating and just trying to ensure that we can do our part to help and get gasoline, first responders, as well as into the community.
Definitely. And of course, the money shows people that you guys are committed and want to help after this disaster. Tell us why that's so important to Chevron.
Yeah, so, you know, a large company, a small company, we're all a part of this community. So for us, we're impacted too, right? We all live in South Louisiana as well. And so we just want to do what we can to ensure that we're helping our neighbors, our colleagues, our coworkers. During a time of storm, it's when we all come together and everybody just has to do a small part.
That is absolutely amazing. And you kind of mentioned there, you were impacted, so were I'm sure many other people at your company as well. So it's great to see you guys stepping up. How did you fare through this storm, and how did it compare to other storms for you?
So thank you for asking. My family has fared fine. We cannot complain at all. You know, so definitely some impact, but when you compare it to folks who, you know, they may have lost their homes or they've lost their roof, you know, it's really minor. So we'll get through this, and we'll get through this together the way that we always do.
Sure. And you have so many other people who do want to step up and help. They don't know where to start. So would you suggest they reach out to Chevron directly or one of the partner organizations that you guys are working with?
I would recommend going through the nonprofit organization. So, you know, we've given the funding to those who we feel like they know how to get out there and help with the recovery, the response. So I would go through any of the groups that I've referenced, or any group that, you know, you would see that's doing good work in your community. So whether it's giving funding or whether it's just helping to prepare a meal for someone or sharing your home if your lights come on before their lights come on. I think there's something that we all can do to help our neighbor.
That is so true. Leah Brown, I'm glad to hear you fared out well during the storm. And again, this is a great commitment to our community. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, guys, if you or someone you know needs somewhere to live while you're waiting for repairs or recovery, FEMA is loosening some of its requirements to help. So normally people will receive hotel assistance if their home was damaged in the storm. This time around, though, FEMA is also approving that hotel assistance for people who lost power because we're under a heat advisory. You can receive help through the Expedited Rental Assistance Program, which provides funds for 1 month to applicants who report a loss of essential utilities like power. Or you can get help through FEMA's Transitional Sheltering Program, which pays hotels directly for your stay. Now, these are not separate applications. All you have to do is apply through disasterassistance.gov, and then FEMA will determine what you qualify for based on your application.
And let's turn to sports news. The Saints are practicing in Dallas and will be doing that for at least a couple more weeks. They'll kick off their season opener against the Green Bay Packers. That'll be played in Jacksonville, Florida. And practicing in Texas, then playing in Florida, according to the team, is not necessarily a negative. Ricardo LeCompte has that story.
The Saints may be in the Lone Star State, but their hearts remain in Southeast Louisiana. Even though football was a priority at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas this past week, it was difficult not to focus on the aftermath of the storm back home.
The safety of my family is the first thing that comes through. Again, all this other stuff is materialistic. Family good, back to football. Football good, back to family. We're trying to figure out how to help our city.
We still have a job to do, but to whom much is given, much is required. As part of the territory, we have to be able to dual shift our minds. So, tapping into reality and never losing sight of that, but also, maintaining focus. Everything required to get the job done.
The Saints will have to get the job done away from New Orleans. The team will start game week preps for the Packers in Fort Worth at TCU's football facilities. The season opener against the Packers will take place at the home of the Jaguars in Jacksonville, Florida. The traveling to different sites may only apply to this week, however, since conditions have improved in the metro area over the past few days. So this may end up being the only home game the organization misses out on this season.
We plan on playing a lot of games at home in the Superdome this year, and that's what we expect to do. I don't think there's anything really too unique about playing on the road this week one, because we're going to do that week 2 and week 3, so it'll be a normal road trip. It's just departing from here, and we're going to prepare here for the week leading up to the game.
That first game will launch the Jameis Winston era in New Orleans. Sean Payton declaring the former #1 overall pick the winner of the offseason quarterback competition over Taysom Hill.
We feel like he's got the unique skill set with his arm talent, where he can get the ball down the field. He's done a really good job of working through some of the progressions. Both he and Taysom competed their tails off. I can't tell you enough how much I appreciate how those guys have handled it, and it's challenging. It's hard in our league when you have a competition like that because it's not the norm.
With Winston taking over the reins of the offense, Hill will convert back to his Swiss Army knife role, a position that's made him an integral part of the offense the last 3 seasons, and an important one to start this year, with the number of offensive weapons missing. The Saints would have missed that element had Hill been named the starting QB. But Sean Payton says that wasn't the reason he lost out to Winston.
We couldn't make the decision just based on that, because if Taysom were to become that quarterback and continue to improve, and I do think he's going to be in that room working at that position, but we just wanted to look at it completely from an open eye standpoint and just trust our gut with it. Those two are both going to be extremely important if we're to play well and win games this year.
Ricardo LeCompte, 4th Down on 4.
It'll be good to have football back on Sunday. The Saints take on the Packers this Sunday in Jacksonville, the home of the Jaguars. It's a home game for us, even though we're in the Jaguars Stadium. Kickoff is at 3:25. Let's get over to Peyton. How will the weather be in Jacksonville this weekend?
Oh, Eric, you know, I've been so concerned with our weather. I'm going to have to check that out for you in just a little bit. Let's talk about our local weather today. It is going to be one of those days where we're watching for a pretty good chance of storms, and they're mainly kind of surrounding us right now to our west, to our south, and to our north. But we do have some storms that are now creeping up towards Kentwood and Mount Herman and Franklinton. Not a whole lot going on in New Orleans, but down along the coast in Lower Terrebonne, Lower Lafourche, and Lower Jefferson, we do have some showers and storms. They're not moving terribly fast, so that's why we have our flash flood watch for today. And notice it is going to be rather warm when it's not raining, but your rain chances are going to be fairly high through the afternoon. So we'll say about a 70% chance of those showers and thunderstorms across the area. And you can see there as we go into tomorrow, still rain around. Wednesday, rain chances are still pretty high. And then as we go into Thursday, that cold front moves in and brings in some drier air and much drier air and some nicer weather by Friday and into the weekend.
Right, definitely not things we want to see today. Yeah. That heat or the rain as people are trying to recover.
And you can keep it right here because we're going to be on for another hour till 10 o'clock this morning.
As we continue our coverage of the aftermath of Hurricane Ida.
All right, see you in a little while.
I'm Sheba Turk. Thank you for joining us on WWL and WUPL. Here's the latest eye on your morning. Power has been restored for nearly half of all Entergy customers in New Orleans. The rest of the city could have their lights back on in the coming days. However, it could be weeks for some of the harder hit areas like Lower Jefferson and St. John parishes. We have a list of estimated restoration times by neighborhood on our website, WWL-TV.com. Starting this morning, the New Orleans RTA is back up and running. All bus routes are operating on a modified Saturday schedule. Buses will also be running for the Canal and St. Charles streetcar lines. Service will run 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and fares will still be waived for all riders. Peyton?
All right, our attention is kind of shifting from the heat to the rain. Today we'd have a pretty good shot of showers and thunderstorms. Most of the rain right now is down near the coastal areas and up into parts of Washington Parish, but we do think we'll start to see more showers and storms across the area through the afternoon hours. We do have a flash flood watch now. That goes from noon until 9 p.m. That'll kind of be the time frame of the best chance to see the heaviest rain. And then as we go into this evening, maybe still a few showers and storms around, but it'll start to wind on down. So your 7-day forecast, rain likely today. We'll still have some storms around tomorrow and Wednesday. That's thanks to that tropical wave in the Gulf of Mexico. Doesn't really look like it'll organize much. And then a cool front moves in by Thursday. That moves that tropical invest or wave towards Florida. And then we get some nicer weather by Friday and going into the weekend.
All right, thank you, Peyton. A special edition of the Eyewitness Morning News is coming your way next at 9 o'clock on WWL.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of the Hurricane Ida aftermath.
Good morning once again. Thank you for joining us. It is 9 o'clock on this Labor Day, September the 6th. A holiday for most of the country. For a lot of us here, it's another day of work, another day of sweating, and maybe some rain too.
There you go. We are on for an extra hour, as you will notice as we continue our coverage of the aftermath of Hurricane Ida. We're expecting an update from Plaquemines Parish President Kirk Lapine in just a few minutes.
All right, but more rain could be on the way today. Some of it could be heavy, right, Peyton?
Yeah, it could. The National Weather Service has issued a flash flood watch, and that just means we're going to have some ingredients around that we could see some heavy rainfall that could lead to areas of flooding. You got to remember, there's still a lot of debris around. That certainly affects the drainage situation. Also, we're still pretty saturated. Some areas picked up a lot of rainfall from Ida, although that has not been the big story here. Some areas picked up over a foot of rainfall. So there's your flash flood watch. It goes from noon until 9 p.m. We're already starting to see some showers and storms, but it's not terribly widespread. Notice, though, if you're watching us up in Washington Parish, north of Franklinton, up towards Mount Herman, you got a pretty good thunderstorm up there with lots of lightning. We've got some showers and storms developing in lower Jefferson, lower Terrebonne, lower Lafourche, and those are producing some showers and storms as well. And then lots of heavy rainfall all the way back to Lake Charles. Ton of lightning in these storms, so they are loud, they are noisy, and that's what we could be dealing with through the remainder of today. We also have a heat advisory, but the main story, yes, you got to take the heat advisory seriously, but with the rain and clouds around, that may help just a little bit. It just certainly doesn't help our recovery efforts, whether it's getting power restored or trying to get roofs tarred. You got this morning before this afternoon, you could be dealing with lightning and storms. So today, pretty good chance of rain. Tomorrow, a pretty good chance of rain. Wednesday, a pretty good chance of rain. And then by Thursday, things are calming down. And the reason our rain chances stay elevated tomorrow and Wednesday, Invest 91. You can see there in the southern Gulf. We're going to have a very detailed look at this for you coming up in a bit. Sheba.
All right. Thank you very much, Peyton. We are joined right now by Plaquemines Parish President Kirk Lapine with some updates for us. Kirk, are you with us? Kirk? All right, guys.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you for joining us.
I'm sorry. I just got to find where we got service.
I understand. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing well. Just kind of give you a quick update. On the east bank of our parish, we got the Dalcor water plant up and running yesterday. So we were able to produce water from the tip of our line all the way to White Ditch. On the west bank, we were able to get a generator on the top of our West Point Lahash Port Sulphur water plant. We have partial service there. Our Point Lahash ferry now is in service, so both our ferries are operational. We're able to transport people from the east bank to the west bank. As of yesterday, Highway 23 was passable with high trucks. The sheriff is still doing convoys on the levee. We think we're sending big 18-wheelers or any kind of supplies down the road, which we think will get down there with no problem. High water vehicles from the military or the National Guard has brought water, MREs, ice tarps down to our southern end. And also today, we're trying to get the Bootville water plant up and running to pump water from Bootville North. So that's how it goes for today. And we've also shipped tarps, water, ice, and like I said, and dog food. So we've done everything we possibly can, and we will continue to do everything we possibly can to get that road open and get access to our southern end.
Sure, and of course I know there's a long road ahead and you have a to-do list, I'm sure, that long every single day. What are you hearing from your residents? How are their spirits right now?
I think good. I think, you know, a lot of people when the convoy opened wanted to really just get to their home, secure their residence, maybe get some of their belongings, and we asked them to do that. And we, you know, take a look, secure it, but then at the evening come out because there's no electricity, no water, no gas, very little emergency personnel services. So we know you want to see your resident. We know you want to look at it and assess your damage. Do it, get it, and then get out.
And then I know at one point you were stopping people from actually coming into the parish. Is that still the case?
The sheriff is still implementing a checkpoint at each of our locations. That's really to keep our residents in. And, you know, our services are limited. We have very limited gas. We have very limited grocery stores. So we want to be able to take care of our residents and make sure that they feel safe, that's not allowed, that people can come in and worry about getting into their stuff.
And there are several areas we've spoken with who are having trouble even communicating within the parish. Is that the case there? How's cell service?
It's getting better. It's getting better. I used to have to go stand outside in a certain place or move around, but it's getting a lot better. Our internet was in and out, so right now it's up. We've had generator problems at buildings. Actually, our government complex is still on generated power. Most of our community is on Entergy, but we're still out of power here on the government complex.
Sure, and of course we are now a little over a week since this storm hit. What do you look forward to in the week to come? What do you think things will look like a week from now as you guys enter a new week of recovery?
I think it's going to get a lot better. Once we get our road and our access open, it allows us to get whatever resource we need to our southern friends. Getting energy on power on the East Bank, they got their water now. If we get power, they got access. So as days go on, as I spoke with the governor, I said, if you could help us with the gas, the water, the lights, anything, we'll do the rest. Just get us some resources.
Sure, and of course the power outage is still expected to last for several days and weeks in some outlying parishes. What are you hearing from Entergy, and what are you seeing as you drive around as far as down poles and things like that?
In the Bell Chase area to my Jesuit Bend area, almost to Alliance, a good bit of that is already energized. So pretty positive about that. Trucks are headed down the road. The big convoy of trucks of Entergy are headed down the road. So that's a positive sign. On my East Bank yesterday, I saw a bunch of Entergy trucks. So they assured me that, it's a sequence of the way they do things. It's coming. It's there. It won't be long. We see baby steps every day. So it's just we're almost there.
Sure. And as you kind of mentioned, your residents frustrated. They want to come in, though, and check out their properties. What is your final message to them?
We do. Look, we want to see your smiling face. We want you to come back to Plaquemines Parish. We want to get up and running. We want infrastructure to get back up and running. We do. But it just, if you come back, please be safe. If you got any kind of cleanup, be careful what you're cleaning up, and don't get hurt, because again, we don't have as much medical services. Our fire department is stretched, our police department is stretched. So secure your residence, come in, and then come back and look. As soon as we get rolling, we'll be there to support you.
All right, Kirk Lapine with Plaquemines Parish, thank you so much for those updates, and of course, just give us a call back when you have new ones.
Thank you, Sheba. Appreciate you.
All right, guys, this morning, still about half of New Orleans remains without power. For some, that could change today. Jordan Howington is joining us now with an update from Entergy. Good morning, Jordan.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, we're waking up with some hope to the start of our week as crews are still working very hard to get power restored in many areas of New Orleans. We are in New Orleans East, right off of Chef Highway. You can see here a crew working now to repair this pole, and they've been out here for a couple of hours now working to get all of this power restored. There's still so many people in this community needing that power. Entergy alone has restored power to nearly 50% of New Orleans. That's 103,000 customers. And the majority of Entergy customers should have lights on by Wednesday, but others in harder hit areas will have to hang in there just a little longer, because some of them, it could be weeks before getting power back.
Addressing the hardest hit areas, our challenges will increase tremendously. This could affect some of the estimated restoration times for those parishes in those hard-hit areas.
Well, Entergy tells us right now they are prioritizing grocery stores, pharmacies, and gasoline so people can have or go out and get those necessities that they absolutely need. And many of you are wondering when your power will be restored. We do have restoration times on our website that you can look at. Just go to WWL-TV.com.
Yeah, and Jordan, usually we would tell folks to take a look at the Entergy outage map. A lot of folks have been saying that the outage map shows that they have power, and then when they return to their homes, they don't. So this is why, as you just said, we're telling folks look at those restoration times on our website, because that's the most accurate data we have.
Yes, and we ran into a few people yesterday where we were. We were further down, we were in Slidell, and they said that they had that situation too, and they were calling the power company saying, hey, don't forget about us. We still need you. We don't have power. So again, it's very important that you go to WWL, our website, and look at those restoration times.
Definitely. All right, Jordan, thank you so much for that update. Guys, we also have an update on power restoration for Cleco customers. Cleco is hoping to have all power restored to Slidell customers by tomorrow. Right now, there are more than 13,000 of their 96,000 customers without service. In Washington Parish, just 376 customers are in the dark. And checking out the outage situation with the Washington St. Tammany Electric Co-op, there are 8,200 people without power in St. Tammany, about 2,500 in Tangipahoa, and just over 1,300 in Washington Parish. All right, but let's get back over to Peyton today. The story weather-wise is that we've got more heat, but rain on the way, which is terrible. We've got so many people with roof damage.
Yeah, exactly. And some of that heavy rainfall, I just had some viewers messages. They're like, hey, we're out of town. We're just outside the viewing area. Could you zoom out a little bit on radar so we can see what else is going on? So I'll start with the state view here. Notice we do have some pretty strong storms up towards Macomb. We got rainfall all the way to Lake Charles. So it's pretty messy everywhere surrounding Southeast Louisiana, but there's almost like this bubble right now where we're just not seeing a whole lot here locally. That will change later on today more than likely, and we'll see more showers and storms. So if you're in Terrebonne Parish heading towards Morgan City, expect rainfall. If you're in New Orleans heading towards Lafayette, Lake Charles, or if you're over there right now, heavy rainfall. And if you're up in Macomb, you got heavy rainfall in the area. Now let's talk about the tropics, because this has been on everyone's minds with our little disturbance down in the Gulf. Hurricane Larry, a big Category 3, it's staying out in the Atlantic. We don't have to worry about it. Invest 91 though, we've been watching it. A lot of people are stressed, but let me just start by saying there's no reason to stress about this one. This is not the same environment that we had with Ida. This is not going to blow up into a huge hurricane. Now, it might try to organize into a depression south of us by Wednesday and Thursday, but as it moves towards us, it's actually going to start to turn northeast as a big trough comes on down. So today and tomorrow, it's probably not going to look like anything. And there's the trough. That trough is digging on down, and as this travels further and further north, it'll eventually run into these winds, and that's what's going to take it and turn it northeast, move it towards Florida, and move it near the coast of Georgia and South Carolina. So with it, the only thing we might get from it is a little bit of moisture, and that means our rain chances will be higher. Kind of stay high tomorrow and even into parts of Wednesday. But by late Wednesday into Thursday, that front and trough take over, pull that to the east. The trough or the front comes on down with drier air, and it gives us nicer weather by late Thursday going into Friday. So overall, we will see some big improvements by the end of the work week. It'll be less humid. We'll have a lot more sunshine. Temperatures are not going to cool off all that much, but with the lower humidity, it'll at least feel nicer. So for today, we're watching for heavy rainfall. We do have that flash flood watch. It goes from noon until 9 p.m. And so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Tomorrow, some storms around on Wednesday, but things really improving by Thursday. And then by Friday and Saturday, and really most of the weekend, looks pretty dry. And with that cool front moving on in, it'll be a lot less humid. So overall, the overnight hours will be more comfortable as well.
It's 9:15. Hurricane Ida has taken a toll on all of us, whether you lost power, your home, all kinds of things. I mean, everybody is affected in this some way or another. And that affects a person's mental health. Joining us now is Dr. Reggie Ferreira from Tulane University to talk about the resources for people who may be struggling. And Dr. Ferreira, a lot of people may not even know they're struggling because you may feel that stress, you feel down. You kind of like, and I do remember this after Katrina, people walked around with that kind of like zombie look. And I'm seeing that now in people from Ida.
Morning, Eric. Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, I think for several folks, it's still autopilot mode at this stage. I think the most important thing is just to be kind to yourself at this stage. And
there is a difference in people who lost power and someone who had his or her roof blown off her home, or you go down to some of the other lower parishes where they were just totally wiped out. I mean, there's going to be a difference in the stress you're suffering from.
Definitely, if you just lost power, I mean, it does have an impact on you, and that will get back. But if you lost your belongings, if you lost, your house, it does play an impact on your overall functioning. You lose a sense of community as well. So there are different symptoms that you could experience, but overall stress does play a big role.
Yeah, and when you lose everything or even a lot of damage, I mean, it's a life-changing experience. And for like Terrebonne Parish and Lafourche Parish, St. John, some other parishes like that, this was their Katrina. We here on the city side, got a lot of damage, but not anything near what they got.
Yes, definitely. I mean, the outerlying parishes outside of the metro area definitely got a bigger impact, So there's going to be long-term recovery, but the most important is really to tap into your resources. Now is time to tap into those support networks, family, friends, and colleagues. There's also past experiences that you can tap into, where there's valuable lessons that you might have taken forward. And then very important, if it becomes too much and if there's anything available, seek help from mental health professionals, reach out to your faith-based community for support at this stage. And then there's also several hotlines available, like the Disaster Distress Helpline, the LA Office of Behavioral Health, Keep Calm line. There's also the National Suicide Prevention line and the Crisis Text line. And then also your website. I've been actually referring several folks to your updated website. And quickly,
I'm out of time because I'm up against a hard break again, but what are some of the signs you should be looking for to know that maybe you really are suffering with some kind of a mental illness right now?
Definitely, change in behavior. If you experience mood swings, if you become forgetful, anxiety, despair, you can even have guilt. But again, if you're starting to experience these things and if it keeps on happening, definitely reach out to a mental health professional.
All right, doctor. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Yeah. All right. It's almost 9:20. We'll be back after the break. We've seen in some of the hardest hit areas, not only is the power out, gas is nearly impossible to find, and that's a real problem.
It is. Today in Lafourche Parish, the Bayou Community Foundation is actually giving away free gas to those in need. Molly Oak is there live where that site actually just opened, and I'm sure there is a great demand, Molly.
And we're out here in Golden Meadow today, and from seeing it yesterday when we were out here, I mean, this place was hit hard, to say the least. Really took the brunt of Ida. Today, dozens and dozens and dozens of people lining up for free gas. That's why I want to bring in Mike Calais. He's a board member here with the Bayou Community Foundation. You guys are kind of behind doing this. First, just give us the nuts and bolts. What's happening today?
Well, we had some generous donors in our community who contributed some money and pledged some money to get this vehicle, this truck here with 8,500 gallons worth of gas. We're trying to give people 20 gallons of gas per vehicle to try to meet their needs in their vehicles or in their generators for their houses or whatever. Filling cans, filling vehicles, trying to gas is a critical need here now, and we're trying to fill the needs of our community.
Yeah, there's a lot of critical needs down here. I know people are still facing no power, water's just coming back on, still boil water notice, and of course, gas is a big one. Talk to us just for the people who haven't been able to come down here yet, how hard was this area really hit?
Well, it was scary. I stayed here with my family and extended family, and it was scary, and it's a lot of damage all over. We were fortunate that I'm able to stay in my house, but a lot of people weren't, and it's bad all over here, all the way to Grand Isle, Terrebonne Parish, but
yeah.
Fortunately we didn't flood, so that's a good thing.
Thank goodness for that. But I know even driving down here, it seems like you're dodging power lines left and right. You're seeing blue tarps over every roof. This area was really devastated.
Yes.
I know this isn't the only area that got hit hard by Ida, and you guys are helping out some other areas as well with this free gas. So what other areas throughout this week can expect to see this kind of organization
We
come
had the
through?
trucks here yesterday and today. They'll be moving to Terrebonne Parish tomorrow and Thursday. So the Bayou Community Foundation serves Lafourche, Terrebonne, and Grand Isle. So they'll be focusing on Terrebonne Parish the next couple of days.
And more information on all those addresses and everything on y'all's website, where can people find that?
Yes. Bayou Community Foundation is sending out emails, and also they've got a Facebook page giving out information there.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mike. Obviously, a lot of need here. This area is no stranger to storms, but when we were talking to people yesterday, there was then a lot of comparison to Betsy, which is a really bad storm. They said Betsy was nothing compared to this. So seeing a big truck like this full of thousands of gallons of gas they're giving away for free is some good news that this community desperately needed. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, Lafourche needs so much help. Anyway, Denny's has brought in a mobile diner to folks in Laplace. They also were hit very hard. They started serving meals at 8 o'clock this morning. If you need a meal, you'll find the mobile diner at the Riverland Shopping Center on West Airline Highway in Laplace.
The Islamic Circle of North America is hosting a supply giveaway on the West Bank today. They'll be giving away food, water, baby supplies, clothing, and bedding. The distribution will be located at 1525 Pietro Court in Harvey. It will be from 10 until 2. We'll be right back.
And this morning, the RTA was back up and running. All bus routes are operating on a modified Saturday schedule. That'll be daily until further notice. Buses are also running from Canal and St. Charles streetcar line. Service will run every morning starting at 6 and go on till 6 every day. And by the way, it is free to ride the RTA.
And for people without power, one of the New Orleans Public Library branches will be opening today. It will provide access to computers, Wi-Fi, phone charging stations, and air conditioning. The Central City Library opens in less than an hour at 10 a.m. until 5 p.m. It's on Jackson Avenue. The other library branches are still closed.
Our coverage continues at 9:30. We have lots coming up.
That's right. A lot of people are starting to file their insurance claims.
We're following that story with local experts who say what you should know now to recover from the storm and file an insurance claim. That's coming up after the break.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of the Hurricane Ida aftermath.
Good morning and welcome back to the Eyewitness Morning News. This is our extended coverage of the aftermath of Hurricane Ida.
Yeah, we have lots to get to, including why officials in one parish are asking people not to, actually several parishes are telling people not to come home yet because, you know, you get there, there's no power.
There's
no water in some places.
Yeah,
so
you don't even have the basics. All right,
yeah.
in
And it's
dangerous
hot.
conditions. It is very hot. We've got another heat advisory today, and unfortunately, rain in the forecast. So many people need to hurry up and try to secure their roofs in some way.
Yeah, hopefully, you know, they got that done this weekend if they were able to. Another thing we're going to be watching today with any heavy rainfall, we've still got so much debris in the streets. That can definitely clog up our drain systems here. So that can only make the flooding situation worse than what it actually needs to be. So something we'll be watching today. Fortunately, most of the area is pretty quiet right now, except for parts of Washington Parish. We got some big old thunderstorms up there, and these are going to be kind of near Angie and up north of Franklinton, some pretty big storms. Down along the coast, we do have some showers starting to develop for Houma and over towards Raceland and Matthews, and then a lot going on down near the coast. Not a lot in our immediate New Orleans metro just yet. I do want to mention we have a flash flood watch that has been issued because we could see some of those heavy downpours today, and that's going to go from noon until 9 p.m. That'll be the main time frame on when you could see that heaviest rainfall. Another story, it is going to be hot and humid. It's muggy out there, but with more rain and clouds around today, that's not going to be the main story. I don't think it'll be more so the potential for that heavy rainfall this afternoon. And then rain chances to stay pretty high tomorrow and Wednesday, but the trend will be for a little bit drier by Wednesday and then even drier by Thursday. A cold front moves on through. No, it's not going to bring colder air, but it is going to bring some drier air, and it's going to block Invest 91 from getting all the way up to us. So the cold front is something we're certainly looking forward to. Now, we're going to have much more details on Invest 91 later on, but for now, the chance of it developing looks pretty low. Our concern level with it is pretty low, but yeah, we'll probably see a little bit of rain tomorrow and Wednesday from the moisture with Invest 91. Guys.
Peyton, what we don't need with all the heat and just trying to get everything cleaned up around your home if you had damage. Lots of people did have damage. Thousands of people had damage, and they will be making hurricane insurance claims. And it can be a little tricky when there's a named storm.
Sure, and it's so overwhelming. People have a lot going on. Duke Carter is following the story. He has some advice from officials on filing that claim. Duke?
Hey, good morning, y'all. Well, yeah, State Insurance Commissioner Jim Donnellan is asking insurers to be fair when people do go file their claim. He and President Biden have noticed that insurance companies are not paying claims because there was no mandatory evacuation order issued by city and parish officials. And so Donnellan said in a news conference he is urging insurers to pay those claims with a voluntary or no evacuation order. He said the issue of the mandatory evacuation is not about insurance. It actually should be more about people's safety. And Donnellan said some companies have already started to waive the mandatory evacuation provision. The insurance commissioner is also asking people to file their claim as soon as possible, because the sooner you get an adjuster, the sooner you'll get a reputable contractor and not fall victim to a scam, which is what we normally see, especially after a hurricane devastates the area. Also, if there are issues, the insurance commissioner is asking people to call the state office at 1-800-259-5300.
We've had 30 volunteers in our offices in Baton Rouge, which downtown Baton Rouge has had power virtually immediately after the storm. We've had 30 volunteers there answering the calls on behalf of consumers with questions about the hurricane and deductibles and claims and additional living expense. We have been handling 300 such calls per hour for the full week.
And so if you have any questions or concerns or any thoughts about this to understand the insurance claim process, again, the insurance commissioner is asking you all to call the state at 1-800-259-5300. Again, 1-800-259-5300 to take those first steps to try to get your life back in order, especially after so many people are just trying to recover after Ida. Finaldo reporting, Duke Carter, Eyewitness News.
And Duke, one of the other things that people are going to find out whenever there's a named storm, and I think the insurance commissioner Donlan said over 90% of insurance policies have anywhere from a 2% to a 5% charge for a named storm. I know, Sheba, you were saying yours was 2%. Mm-hmm. Mine's 5%, so it's very high.
Very high indeed, and so that's why Donald is urging those insurers to waive that, because a lot of folks can't afford to pay that. Who has time to pay that at this time? And so that's why if you have any questions, you're asked to call the state right now.
Yeah, and the other thing that he said is if you file a claim now, they can only have that surcharge, the named storm surcharge, only one time during a hurricane season. So it's important to file no matter how much damage you have.
Exactly, because some folks may have roof damage, some people may just have something simple. And so right now, the overall goal, according to Donald, and when he said that in that news conference, is that he wants to make sure that people can get through this process as simple as possible. We know other folks are just dealing with a lot, some folks dealing with a little, depending upon the damage. But overall, the goal is, again, to try to recover as quickly as possible and to not fall victim to the scams. I know you all probably did a couple of interviews with the BBB, but we've seen a lot of that happen, especially after hurricanes impact the area. And so he wants to make sure people are safe and can get back their lives in order as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and I'm looking at that damage behind you, Duke.
Oh my goodness, the tree on top of the home.
Such a mess, yeah.
I know.
Exactly. That's the big thing right there. You had a lot of folks. The tree was actually bigger. Let me step out the way so you kind of can get a better glimpse of what we're talking about. So the tree was actually bigger, and you have crews just working right now to try to cut the tree in half. And so you can pretty much see that it really did do damage to this roof right here. So yeah, that's the whole point of of having that, getting that information out and getting people to follow as quickly as possible, because we know how easy it is to fall victim to a scam, especially after a storm comes through the area.
Sure, Duke. And you're lucky if you're in an area with cell service and internet to be able to start filing those claims. I know we were talking to some folks this weekend in St. John Parish who had no cell service, so they can't even access FEMA or their insurance provider to start this process.
And that is the sad part, is that, yeah, you do go into certain parts of the state where there is limited cell service or no cell service. I believe Meg was talking to some folks who were down in La Plaza, and they said they had to wait and hope and pray on a wing and a prayer that their insurance company could at least call to get access to them, or at least hope and get a wing and a prayer that they can actually find them in the midst. Because I know a lot of folks who are not familiar with the area may rely on GPS to get directions. So, yeah, it's just a blessing that hopefully that those insurance companies and those adjusters who do come out can find those people, especially in times like this.
All right, Duke, thank you very much.
Well, guys, more than 450,000 Entergy customers still don't have power. The company says it has assessed all of their systems, lines, and equipment, and that recovery to some of the hardest hit spots could take nearly a month.
Addressing the hardest hit areas, our challenges will increase tremendously. This could affect some of the estimated restoration times for those parishes in those hard hit areas.
And meantime, in New Orleans, several more communities are expected to have their power back on today. Other places like Jefferson and St. Bernard parishes are expected to get power back later this week, so we'll continue to follow those restoration efforts. Right now, though, let's get back over to Peyton and talk about these rain chances today. Will most of us see rain, Peyton?
Pretty good shot you see at least some rain today. Yeah, certainly possible. And of course, it's the last thing we need, whether it be with roof repairs, power restoration, and our drainage. Our drainage is all clogged up, or we've got debris everywhere. So it's certainly something we'll be keeping an eye on. I had a lot of people have been asking me, and people are stressing, of course, with what's going on in the tropics. But let's just go over it and kind of break it down and give you some peace of mind here. Hurricane Larry is a big hurricane. It's out in the Atlantic. It's going to stay out in the Atlantic. It will be close to Bermuda, though, and it'll send some big swells to the East Coast. That's about it, and no impacts in the Gulf. Now, Invest 91 is one that people have been watching, and let's start with it because there's just not much to it. It's kind of a broad area of circulation down here. There are a few storms firing up this morning, a lot of moisture on this eastern side of it as it's had some wind shear. And it's going to be moving to the north pretty slowly through today and tomorrow, but it will be drifting to the north. That big blob of storms you see there, that big blob right there, those are storms non-tropical related, but that's our rainfall expected today. So if you've seen satellite, don't let that scare you. But yeah, we could see rain today. So it's going to be moving to the north and then moving northeast. And it looks like this will, if it does develop into a depression, it will probably happen Wednesday or Thursday south of us, near the mouth and the river, south of the mouth of the river, and then eventually moving up towards the Big Bend area of Florida. So looks like it's going to turn, and here's the reason it's going to turn. It's going to head to the north, and then as it gets closer to this trough, it'll start to interact with it, and that trough is going to pull it in that direction with it. So that's why we have it turning northeast towards the Big Bend and up along the coastal areas of kind of Georgia and South Carolina. It does look like we'll see at least some moisture from it. That moisture will start to increase. Even though we've already got it, we'll see more by Tuesday and a little bit of it lingering on Wednesday. But here comes the cold front. That cold front will come in, bring in the dry area by late Thursday, and then by Friday, this thing is well to our east, and we've got pretty good weather as we go into the end of the work week and the weekend. So right now, we're not terribly concerned with it. Yes, it could bring us some rainfall. That is the last thing we need at this point, but it's not going to be a major system, it doesn't look like. Too much wind shear and then dry air in the Gulf of Mexico should keep it pretty capped off and fairly weak. Just kind of a rainy system for the Gulf Coast and over towards Florida as we go into the end of kind of the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday time frame over there. So chance of rain is likely today. We'll see rain tomorrow, some storms on Wednesday, but then drying out Thursday. And here comes the drier air, a cold front, but no colder air, but at least it'll feel better by Friday and Saturday. We'll be right back.
Well, we are continuing to follow storm recovery efforts all across Southeast Louisiana. That includes Tangipahoa Parish. Joining us now is Parish President Robbie Miller. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Good morning. I surely appreciate you guys letting us come on and talk to our citizens. Very helpful. And obviously we have a lot going on.
Definitely. Yeah, so get us caught up. This is, of course, a new week of recovery after this storm. And what are your biggest priorities?
Well, yeah, as of right now, I think we're basically 1 week from the storm actually clearing, or for the most part, clearing Tangipahoa Parish. A lot of recoveries happening. We have, I think it's probably a couple thousand Entergy employees working around here. We have about 900 National Guardsmen here helping us. Multiple FEMA resources. Their personnel is on the way. And then, of course, lots of municipal, sheriff's office, parish employees, everybody pulling together to make sure that we get recovered as quickly as possible.
Definitely. I was checking out you guys' Twitter account earlier for the parish government saying that most of the roadways are clear, which is impressive considering the amount of downed trees we saw.
You know, I've been saying this the whole time, and it's still true today, that if you drive around your neighborhood or drive around anywhere, you know, a little bit around you, that's what the parish looks like, literally from the very bottom in Manchac all the way to the Mississippi state line in Kentwood. Now it's starting to collect up around the roads where people are cleaning up and trees are getting cut. So a ton of work is being done to make sure that we're getting back to normal. By doing that too, it helps. You know, the reason why some of the roads are closed because predominantly it's because of power lines still hanging too low to cross. Sometimes it's a bigger tree, and then there are a few places that it's still a little bit high water down on the very low end of the parish.
Sure, and of course we've seen some progress as far as power outages there. How are folks dealing over there with that aspect of the storm?
Well, you know, I'm gonna tell you, not having electricity is rough. There's no doubt about it. And you know, we're down. I think we have roughly 50,000 people without power. About probably 75% of the parish does not have power. But we, for the most part, probably in the high 90s, 90% or more, has sewer and has water operating. And as bad as it is without electricity, having sewer and water makes life a lot better than it would be without those. So we're very thankful our water district, our sewer district, and our water plants, private water companies, private sewer companies, have been working real closely with us, the National Guard, the cities, to get the resources if they didn't have them, to make sure that they have them to keep the sewer and water moving, because those are huge.
Definitely. And of course, one of the big stories we're following in the aftermath, and one of the most heartbreaking, is those hundreds of nursing home residents who were evacuated to that warehouse in Tangipahoa Parish. Of course, we learned of new deaths in that case this weekend, and it's just absolutely heartbreaking. It is absolutely heartbreaking. No one should have to go through that. I hope no parish has to ever again. The plan to evacuate obviously needed to be done. It's just, you know, it's terrible. And I got to give props to the Independence Police Chief, the Independence Mayor, and our staff and us to you know, catch on that there were too many people there, and then that there were, you know, that the conditions were getting worse and shouldn't be the way they were, and kept pushing for LDH to come in, and they did. And look, and once everybody got on the same page on what was really happening, actions happened and took care of it. That the owner operator that those facilities is the one who needs to be held accountable, and it looks like the state is going to make that happen. Sure. All right. Thank you so much for weighing in on that. And let's talk about gas stations. This is a major issue all around the area, people looking for gas. We've heard in some parishes that the lines are actually getting shorter. How are you guys as far as gas and gas stations? We still have lines. We're getting it appears that we're getting a little bit more consistent supply, so the lines are a little bit less, and more gas stations are coming online either through generators or the places where electricity. You know, we have Highway 38, and Kentwood has power, so all of any facility there now it comes down to supply. Highway 16 and Amite for the most part is fully lit, so again supply, and then Hammond, Highway 190, and parts of Highway 51, parts of Business 51 are all beginning to get lights. So now it's a supply issue. If the report was that the refineries were going to get to close to 50% by yesterday or today, if they get to that, then we'll start seeing our supply be more consistent
which will help us not to have to be in such panic mode to make sure you get gas every day, and which will then reduce the lines and make it a little bit easier.
Sure, would definitely be better. We hope that happens soon. Tangipahoa Parish President Robbie Miller, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. God bless.
God bless. Guys, we'll be right back after a quick break.
All right, welcome back. Just after 9:50 here. What we're going to be watching today is a threat for some heavy rainfall. We've already got some storms around, but we'll continue to see more develop throughout the morning and afternoon. Notice, though, New Orleans and most of the North Shore pretty quiet right now. We've been watching some of these intense storms up on the North Shore, and these are going to be mainly in northern Washington Parish from Angie going up into parts of southwest Mississippi here towards Columbia. A lot of lightning in these, and they are drifting towards the east. So a lot of this is going to stay just north of our viewing area, but it will be heading up towards the Lumberton area and kind of northern parts of Pearl River County and up into Hattiesburg. So if you're watching us, I know a lot of people are outside of the area, maybe watching us up in Hattiesburg or Macomb. You do have some pretty intense storms up there this morning. Down here south of the lake, there's a few more storms popping up. These are going to be along Highway 90 from Houma to Raceland towards Matthews. Of course, these are our hardest hit areas. Certainly don't need any rainfall, but you got some showers popping up, and then some showers off in the Gulf of Mexico. Once you go west towards Morgan City and just west of Morgan City towards Lafayette, and if you get all the way over to Lake Charles, quite a bit of heavy rainfall over there as well. So we do have a flash flood watch, and remember, a watch just means the conditions or the ingredients are there to maybe get some heavy rainfall later today that could lead to some flooding, and street flooding would be our main concern as the ground is super saturated, and of course lots of debris around, which can really be a problem for drainage situations. So that's what we'll be watching. That's from noon until 9 p.m. So that's why we think we'll have more storms popping up later this afternoon. Chance of rain's pretty high today. It's pretty high tomorrow, a little lower on Wednesday. And I think Thursday, the first part of the day, maybe a few showers, but the afternoon and evening, probably going to be pretty dry on Thursday. And then Friday, we're dry. We got a cold front moving on in, and that cold front We like cold fronts this time of year. We always like cold fronts, but what they do is they help steer these tropical systems away from us. So there's going to be a big trough coming on down. That's what's sending the cold front. And as this tropical disturbance lifts to the north, that trough is going to grab onto it and pull it northeast towards Florida. So it'll try to get up to us. We'll get a little bit of moisture, but before it can get all the way up to us, it'll likely turn, move towards the Big Bend area. And even the chance of development is pretty low. We might get a depression out of it, but either way, it looks like it's going to produce some rain for the areas near the Gulf Coast, but especially over towards Florida. I do think we'll see some increasing moisture from it tomorrow and Wednesday, but by Thursday, that cold front's moving on in. It's bringing in the drier air, and things are improving by Friday and going into the weekend. Highs still warm in the upper 80s, but it'll feel better with lower humidity. We'll be right back.
And you can keep it right here on Channel 4 all day for continuing coverage of the aftermath of Ida.
That's right. In less than 2 hours, we'll receive an update from the city of New Orleans on recovery. The mayor will be joined by other city officials. She's holding a news conference at 11:30.
And we'll be streaming that live on our app and right here on Channel 4. If you need help from FEMA or need to apply for disaster, food stamps, or need to know where to find food, water, other essential items, you can always text the word HELP, H-E-L-P, to 504-529-4444. We'll respond with a link to all that information.
All right, guys, stay connected with our app, which is also free to download right now. Thank you guys for joining us this morning, and we will, of course, have more on the aftermath of Hurricane Ida on the Eyewitness News at noon.
Enjoy your Labor Day. Thank you for watching.